Welcome to the GameChanger 00100 show. I'm your host, GameChanger. Okay, let me get this part out the way, and that is when I do my little introduction. My introduction, which consists of a YouTube short that I want to share with you all. All right, so make this quick. What you see on the screen is, and it plays music, but I don't really do that. But here we have. Okay, let me just wait for it to cycle and start from the beginning. Salute to you, Lion. Salute to you, Salam Amat. That's good that you're here because some things that you said is going to come up in this video. So greatly appreciate that. Oh wait, is this the same one? Hold on. Let me see. No, I clicked down for a second. All right. Let me go back to where I was before. Okay, so okay. What you see on the screen is a story of a couple. And let me play it before I say it. About business, salute. 1D forever, salute. Okay. All right. So I would say basic stuff, but it's really not because it's very uncommon nowadays. And not that they got married, even though that is something that is becoming less and less common in the modern world. Hit that like button. But what's uncommon is that they did it, or that they at least met each other so long or so young, I should say. They didn't let all the outside distractions and everything, all this gender war stuff. They just like, okay, you know something? We're two kids, we're on the playground, and one day I'm going to grow up and marry and have kids and happily ever after, all that stuff. Now, it's unfortunate that though this is their goal, it's no longer the goal. And things get confused with a lot of stuff. And that's what's going on. What's causing the confusion? At the root of all the confusion is the other person getting more out of the deal? That's where we're at now. We're at a crossroads to where we're saying, is the other person getting more out of the deal than the previous person? What's going on, Zone? What's going on, Sean? And that's always going to be difficult to say, really impossible, because sex is involved. And sex is looked at as a net benefit to men, or a significantly greater benefit to men than it is women. And that's because men are more aggressive in its pursuit. So if the men benefit that much, or if the men benefit more in a standard relationship, then what should men do to create an offset to balance that? And that's why we have over and over and over again these 50-50 conversations. Because in a 50-50 relationship, like button, where the man contributes his 50 and the woman contributes her 50, it appears that the man wins because he's receiving sex in the relationship, and therefore the woman is losing. Now, a relationship should not be a competition, but that's how it's looked at. So the conversation begins there, because the true conversation, what they're really asking, is how much is her box worth? And that's what we as people, I guess, in this whole gender war, people that have that discussion, is really trying to figure out. We're trying to figure out how much is the box worth. Is it worth all of the rent, mortgage, and bills? Is it worth this much? And a failure to agree with that or agree on that is what brought us to this pass, when really you're missing out. Both parties are missing out on something either way, because both parties are waiting or hoping that they're not getting taken advantage of in the deal. So they're really blinded by the X. And the X is the unknown value, just like in algebra. X is an unknown value. X is the unknown value of her box. Some people are going to value it more. Some people are going to value it less. Some women are going to value it more or less depending on the men that they are having it with. Some would feel that it has absolutely no value to women, and therefore a man should completely, surrender to it. Now, Chantel Simone, to her credit, she did bring up a couple of days ago that these conversations is redundant. We have it too far, and it's really don't have any depth to it. And I explained why that is and why the conversation is still being had. And then, lo and behold, guess who has the conversation anyway? That is Mr. Obsidian. But I caught, like, when I say the tail end, I'm talking about like the last 10 seconds of his last stream, and where he said something that I have to respond to. So hit the like button while I do that.
Just get your money up, man. Just get the fucking needle moving. I want to thank everybody for tuning in. I really appreciate it. We will be back on tomorrow. We're going to continue this because the media man weighs in. Why is the media man so very frustrated? We're going to talk about that on tomorrow. Want to thank everybody for tuning in. Want to thank everybody for contributing to the show. And until next time, y'all, peace. We are gone. Let's get back to Barry White.
But every now and then, two people.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, I missed it. It was the very end. Let me just find out how far in the end. Give me a second. Because it was in response to something that I seen somebody post. Let me see. Okay, here we go. All right. So once again, hit the like button.
This world is ran by men, and you're a man. That's just the plain truth. My man, Mr. C in the building with the $5 super chat. He right, Mr. G rather, with the $5 super chat. He said, yes, you should provide, but don't ever think that you can pay your way into femininity and submission. You will be finessed. That is some of the dumbest shit I ever heard.
Okay. I want to make a note of the pause that he had after he read it. After he read it, there was a significant pause. And essentially what he was doing in that pause was he was trying to debunk this particular irrefutable logic. He was just trying to, how can I break this apart? What this person said is sound. Yes, you should. Yes, you should provide, but don't ever think you can pay your way into femininity and submission. This is true. Either a woman is feminine or and submissive, or she isn't. If you are buying for it, then it is a wooze, and it's not genuine. So if you think that you are taking a woman who has proven to be otherwise, and you give her a wad of money, and then that wad of money gets you genuine femininity and submission from a otherwise banshee, then you can and you will be finessed. That is what he's saying. To which Obsidian responds, that is the stupidest shit he's ever heard. Now, Obsidian sets his audience up and talks to them as if they don't live in a world of alimony, of child support, of dudes just getting simply fleeced all the time, of dinner whores, etc., etc., etc. He's behaving as if a society of women, as if modern women, as these modern, what's her name? Shira 7, get the bag type women don't exist. That we shouldn't be cautious about being finessed when they have, and this is somebody that he's covered, when they have shows dedicated on how to finesse men. This person attempted, he paid $5. Mr. G paid $5 to caution the audience. And what did Obsidian do? Let's hear it again.
That is some of the dumbest shit I ever heard.
After a long pause, he replies that is some of the dumbest shit he's ever heard. Protecting yourself from potential financial exploitation is dumb. Listen, what this guy is saying is, it's nothing wrong with providing for your mate and your family, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But do not wear your wallet on your sleeve because you will get picked. Just like, speaking of 50-50, that's the ratio of the marriages that last. Like half of them end in divorce. It's 50-50. You will have your pockets picked. You see, he likes to refer to his dojo or his following or what have you as 100% men, which means that you are setting these guys up to be lambs to the slaughter. Now, people like to base traditionalism on this notion of that's how it was. Oh, that's how it was since, the knights of such and such and such and such. Yeah, they were rich. Like these lords and ladies and dukes and duchess and stuff, they were rich. Now, when you think about these princesses and they had maids, they had the woman that brushed her hair, gave her hair like 100 strokes a day and stuff like that. She had a husband, right? She had a husband, and she had and she had a job. See, all the people who weren't Starks and Lannisters and Tyrells and stuff like that, there all these women that were around those people worked. If you look at like I remember seeing somewhere, and I don't know which war it was, but it was either in the Napoleon army or the British army that opposed Napoleon, or it was during the American Revolution, where and it could be true for all three. But soldiers were writing his wife. A soldier was writing his wife. People married very young back then, and we're going to cover that. A soldier was writing his wife, asking for stuff, asking for food, asking for additional provisions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, because the military rations, wasn't really filling that belly like he needed it to. This was real things. This was a guy with a job and a woman who supported said guy with job. People have very little understanding of relationship dynamics of the past. So it's glorified in one way or another. Either they follow the stories and tales of the rich nobility, I am Lord Farquhar of such and such. They follow that particular tale, or they kind of take it from the Leave It to Beaver days, which happened in shows like that. Ever notice how the kid is always at least, like, the youngest kid is always at least 10 years old? Like, they never show how it started, like what led up to this whole situation of chivalry, of 100% Ward Cleaver, or what's that chick name, Carol Brady type situation. The guy just set Carol Brady up. He was already, this man, he had a kid. He had Greg and Marcia, and they was what, like 14, 15 already. He was already married with kids and established in his career. They didn't meet in college like that. They didn't start off like that. And they also take it back to where, according to them, everybody, and by everybody, I mean all white women, just lived in this house where the man worked his madman job, where he's Don Draper or some crap like that, and his wife just lived in this 1-story box where all she did all day was watch soap operas and order the colored maid around. That's how they all lived, right? That's how, from 18 to 80, that's just how each and every single one of them lived. And it's our duty somehow to provide that particular setting. But no, that's not the case. They worked as well. They worked prior to that, man, not every white guy grew up to be Don Draper and stuff like that. So get that out your head. But prior to that, there were guys that worked the field whose wives worked it too. Those jobs that is now done by immigrants, like picking grapes and stuff like that. Well, where were the immigrants? The men and the women, and sometimes the children were out working at that time. So let's not pretend like the 50-50 construct is a new idea. Like the 50-50 construct is just something that broke dudes thought up. If you just look back and you and see, when they show the families, they show the 100-0 construct when they show it of the past, and that's because that's the situation that they were striving for, and eventually, hopefully, if all went well, a white guy would achieve that. But let's not get it twisted. When they also showed, like in the past, they showed a hospital show or something like that, and they showed the nurses. What was the nurses? What were they? Was it a bunch of male nurses walking around? Nope. They showed these candy-striped women. Right. They showed these candy-striped women. When they showed like the first stewardesses, these were, these were blonde women. These were women. If you see like an old-timey movie or something, and somebody called 411 or information or what have you, and they say, connect me to KL5 such and such, and then the operator was a woman. And most, if not many of these, had families. And they didn't do what Obsidian was suggesting, and that is, and Six the Goddess was suggesting, and that is pocket the bread. Because they're like, okay, we're not going to do this. What's yours is yours, and what's mine is ours type crap. This is a contribution to the family, both present and future. But make no mistake, this whole ideal that chicks was on some Gone with the Wind stuff, and they didn't have to work because the men were just so French, and they were just so chivalrous, and their women had to work, and if their women didn't have to work, and if they ever did, it'd be like King Jaffe Jafar, like, my son works. It's like, wait, my daughter works. So, now that I properly dispelled that bullshit, let's get into how the finesse happens. Listen, you cannot buy wives anymore. Not in the US. Point blank, period. You cannot buy wives. Why? And this is the simplest thing ever. And this is why I'm just here trying to counteract what Obsidian is instilling into the brains of his following. Because the women can have the money without you. I repeat, because the women can have the money without you. Point blank, period, end of discussion. And I get it, before no fault divorce, I'm pretty sure guys attempted to buy wives all the damn time. And I'm pretty sure it was successful. Like, a man said, hey, listen, I'm rich, you're pretty, let's get married. And they lived happily ever after. I am pretty sure that was a thing. But the reason that they lived happily ever after, because if she ever decided to divorce him, then she broke the agreement. I repeat, if she ever decided to divorce him, then she broke the agreement. And she was penalized, so she didn't have access to the wealth anymore. Those days are long gone. Now she can have access to the wealth without you, meaning that she has to be attached to you in a way other than money. What happens when a woman is only attached to your money? Ask Tyrese Gibson. And I don't even want to go down the list of all the dudes that was, fleeced in divorce court or child support court. These rich dudes that's paying like $20,000-$30,000 a year, thinking that they could buy a pretty girl. But then come to find out, like, oh, she could have the money without it. So she could have the money without me. So why would she stay with me? She actually has to have another reason to stay with me, or else the relationship will be null and void. So no, Obsidian, it's not stupid. It's not stupid for a man to be aware that women can take advantage of the situation, that you can't buy it anymore. Because that type of contract is no longer, and what I'm talking about, I'm not saying you can't buy sex anymore. I'm saying you cannot buy a dutiful wife anymore. Because she can take the money and run. And they do take the money and run. That is the entire premise of the manosphere, to protect yourself against that. And now we have founding fathers that when somebody tries to warn men about not just trying to buy a bride, he says this: fair use.
Just the plain truth. My man, Mr. C in the building with the $5 super chat. He right, Mr. G rather, with the $5 super chat. He said, yes, you should provide, but don't ever think that you can pay your way into femininity and submission. You will be finessed.
Beautifully said. Beautifully said. And divorce courts is full of the finessed. Okay? It is full of the finessed. Baby, I'll take care of you. I'll take care of you. It's like, yeah, I don't really need you to take care of me, but I do need your money so I can take care of myself. I do need that. I do need some of your money. I want you to give me some of your money. I would love it if you had. If I would love it if I had your money. I don't really want you per se. I just want your money. You know, for child support court, because you know all kids require $20,000 a year to be raised. $240,000 a year a child is reasonable. You know, so yeah. So it's obvious that in a great many cases, these buy brides don't work in the West. In the West, if you're a passport dude and you are doing this in a place where it does work, then I say go for it. In a place where it does work. However, you know, like for example, like, hey, if you smoke, you know, if you smoke that herb, then do it here. Do it in a place where you can do it. In front of the cops. Do it here. Don't do it where, you know, it's problematic. Don't do that. That's stupid.
That is some of the dumbest shit I ever heard.
There was a really long pause after that. And that pause was once again to give him time to try to um, dispel the logic, to try to think of a counter argument, but he don't have one because it makes all the sense in the world for a man to protect himself. Modern men need to protect themselves from modern women. You're stupid. Why do you want men to be traditional when you have women who are the antithesis of that? There exist women who are the antithesis of traditional. You want the men to be, first of all, why did you and the others found the manosphere if you want men to behave the exact same way before awareness of modern women existed? None of this is making sense. But I'm gonna play a little bit more because I want you to hear something that we bumped heads on in the past, and gives you an insight on his thing and why a person should be leery in his company.
That is dumb. It's thinking like this that keeps black men back.
It's thinking like this. Tyrese should have thought like this. I don't even want to go through all the names of, you know, brothers that got, because I don't even like to use like the famous of the famous, but you know, like, and I really don't follow them like that. But I mean, Tyrese should have thought like this, and all the other brothers who are paying child support for a kid. You're paying on a kid that she's deliberately raising to hate you. Yes, and Tyrese had a prenup. And do you know what the judge did to that prenup? Hold on, let me get a fresh one. You want to know what the judge did to that prenup? He was like, oh, yeah, prenup. There you go. There's your prenup. It can't be done. He thought that he could, because don't get me wrong, she is and was bad. She is and was bad. So he's like, listen, you bad, I'm rich. Let's make this happen. Sweet lady, let's make this happen. And she's like, okay. And then blue, 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 blue. And then the moment the baby is born, it's like, oh yeah, you know, all of a sudden now that I can leave and take money, I'm gonna do that. And you shouldn't have been trying to buy submission. Yeah, you shouldn't have been trying to buy submission, because essentially buying submission is by definition treating a 304 like a housewife. Okay, let's not do this, Freeman Journal. Let's and I see the super chat. I'm gonna get to it. Let's not do this, Freeman Journal. Let's not do this. Let's not put Tyrese as some sort of one-off. Like, oh yeah, you know, he just had a bad prenup. There's that mystical prenup out there that a judge can't throw out. He didn't have one of those. Listen and listen me good. What happened to Tyrese can happen to anybody in the West. It can happen to anybody in the West. All right, let me get to the super chat. All right. Says GC and O Man should debate this on the Prophet of Thought. It will be lit. Listen, he is not going to debate me because he has everything to lose and nothing to gain. And also he has every likelihood to lose. And he knows this. He knows where his intelligence lies relative to mine. Which is why, well, I won't get into that, but he understands this. So that's a non-starter. It's not going to happen. Let me finish the rest of this. And then I'm going to go into 6. Now, I've been staying off of 6. I'm going to let y'all know. I really don't like 6. And to be perfectly honest, I forgot why. I know this sounds strange, but I actually forgot why I don't like 6 the Goddess. I know she said something. I'm like, okay, I'm not really into her views and I'm not going to watch her. And the reason why I laid off is, quite frankly, because I'm cool with Danica. But Danica, if you're listening, little sis, if you're listening, a friend of a friend isn't always a friend. Sometimes a friend of a friend is an enemy, and this is the case. Don't like 6. I'm about to explain why in detail. Now, I do respect Danica's sense of loyalty. And I do understand that if she's watching this and she gets this explanation, she's going to agree with a lot of what I'm going to say, but she's not going to publicly back it. And that's because it's a strong sense of loyalty. And quite frankly, I think that Danica's been burned more times than she should have been. And I feel her situation. I feel her plight. However, this has to be done. This has to be done because I gotta protect men from garbage, or else you'll wind up like Obsidian. And I'm gonna explain to you exactly what I mean by wind up like Obsidian. All right, so
That's some of the dumbest shit I ever heard. And I'm kind of sad that we have to end on that dumbass note. Studies have been shown that women have stronger orgasms with men who are more successful than not.
I don't give a damn. Okay, you see this? So remember before how I was talking about who is getting the better deal. Like in a 50-50 relationship, the only thing that becomes in question, the only all right, think of it like two competing nations, right? You have two competing nations and they come to an agreement and they say, okay, you're on the east side of the river and I'm on the west side of the river, and that's how it's gonna be. And then it's like, yeah, but who owns the river? Whose people get to fish in the river? So, and then that's how wars happen. So it's one of those things. Sex is one of those things. It's like, how much is it worth? Now, to Obsidian, it is worth everything. It is worth, this man is walking around like, oh no, I'll pay your rent, I'll buy your clothes, I'll pay your energy bill, literally. Soon as I get home from work, I give good love, good love, good love, good. Look, this is him right now saying, I give good love. Listen.
Studies have been shown that women have stronger orgasms with men who are more successful.
I give good love, good love, good love, good love, good love. I give good love, good love, good. That is him. Women have stronger orgasms when the man. So there's just like a orgasm measuring tool out there. Like somebody is just like they got like a cylinder, a graduated cylinder that just looks at how much squirt comes out. Or are they asking the chick? And of course she's gonna say yes because she's trying to manipulate dudes like you. But it really don't matter because in the scenario that you're talking about, where you are providing 100% of the provisions, it's really about your orgasm at that time, nigga. It's about your orgasm, right? You're providing like 100% of everything so she can live a life of luxury, and she provides you with an orgasm. But no, you still calculating how much of an orgasm you can give her. How much good love, good love, good love, good love. I give good love, good love, good love, good love, brown sugar, good love. And we're going to talk about the brown sugar situation. But I'm going to play this again. All right. So I'm glad you're here because it's your comment that I'm responding to. You came up with some wisdom, and this man he came with some garbage. And he tried to dispute it, saying that that's black man's problem. No. Modern bitches is black man's problem. Let's listen again.
Studies have been shown that women have stronger orgasms with men who are more.
And why in the hell are you studying that? Why in the hell are you studying that? Like everything I study about sex is like how to get me off better. And by studying, I don't really, I just like, watch porn or something. And it's all about how do I get off better? Like, oh crap, I want to do that. And yes, I do. Every now and again, I see a good idea.
Successful than not. Studies. And we have this kind of ignorance in our community.
He just called you ignorant. He just called you ignorant. You ignorant from want to protect yourself from women who have on record fleece dudes. We live in a divorce culture, and he's talking about, oh, yeah, I got to hear this ignorance.
Brothers, just get your money up, man.
Nobody said don't get your money up. And keep it up. And you want to know how you keep it up? By not losing, by dealing with a woman who's just about the money. And also, isn't 50-50 like part of getting your money up? And yes, trust me, I got time. We are going to go into the economics of 50-50 and the economics of 100-0 right after this. And I'm going to talk about the whole how he is setting you up to be beta bucks. He's setting you up to be a beta buck.
Will it solve everything? No. Will it work with every woman? No. But it will make things better.
You're not going to sustain a relationship with a woman who don't otherwise like you with just money, not here in the States. She can and will and do take the money and run.
Just get your money up, man. Just get the fucking needle moving. I want to thank everybody for tuning in.
Okay. Alpha fucks, beta bucks. Who is Obsidian encouraging you to be in that scenario? In the whole alpha fucks, beta bucks dynamic, who is Obsidian encouraging you to be? So you Mr. Beta Bucks, right? And you just like, I'll pay your rent. I'll buy your clothes. And while you singing like 80s, 90s R&B, what is she singing? Or what is dude singing? What is Alpha singing? He's singing Biggie Smalls. And she calling him Big Papa for a different reason. Because something else is big. Including his height. But anyway, she's calling him, Big Papa for a different reason. Soon as you buy that wine, I just creep up from behind and I ask you what your interests are, who you be with, things that make you smile, what numbers to dial. That's you. And what do? Buy more wine? That's what he's setting you up for. And guess what? That would be a completely okay scenario if we did not live in a time to where she can take she could take half of your shit. Listen, rich man, pretty woman dynamic work, and which Obsidian has never been in or will ever be in, ever. But the rich man, pretty woman dynamic works in situations where the woman cannot leave. That is the only time it works. Mr. G says, bruh, what an embarrassment. Tell me, I hope you're not talking about my singing, but tell me about it. Useless Familiar says he's trying to logic trap his way into cat. And that's the thing. And that's why you got to be careful. That's why you got to be careful who you deal with, because once again, it's a matter of negotiating for box. But box is more valuable to some than it is to others. And it is more valuable to Obsidian than it is to most. And here's why. Here's why. Because I'm going to go out on a limb. Like, this is one of those things that I know, but I don't know. It's one of those things that I know, but I don't know. I know, but I don't know. I know, but I don't know that Obsidian has never had sex with a woman in her 20s. I know, but I don't know that. I repeat, I know, but I don't know that Obsidian has never had sex with a woman in her 20s. And this is how I know, but I don't know. Because his life story, starting from high school, he wasn't that dude. He wasn't Fonzarelli or any crap like that. He was the dude that the chicks, wasn't feeling that way. Hence the prom story, which is fine. Some people peak late. Obsidian peaked in his 40s. He peaked when he stopped being whatever his true name is, and he started being Mamiya Obsidian Ali. That is when he finally began to get his willy wet, and which means that, that was she was in her like late 30s or early 40s when that happened. So, yeah. So he never really got that. He never really got that fresh, new, barely legal. Good. He never really got that because he spent like 22 years as a skilled tradesman. And as he says in his own video, that these are the type of dudes that don't deserve sex for whatever reason. The type of dude that you spent your 20s and 30s being, those type of dudes don't deserve it. So you're admitting that you did not deserve it. And when you say skilled tradesman, that's garbage. That's garbage. You was a very underpaid person. Not that it's anything wrong with that. But don't church it up. I hear murmurs of efficiency, which I didn't know what it was until you. But apparently it's the equivalent to, in California, what we call dorm rooms, which is reserved purely for college students. And that's how you lived for a long time. Efficiencies and bus passes. That was you for a very, very, very long time. So according to your own words, according to your own logic, you was ill-worthy of pussy for your teens, 20s, and 30s. Which means you didn't get it. Now, why is it important to point out the absence, the dearth of 20-year-old box? Because I'm pointing out that it is more valuable than 40-year-old box, but you would never know that. And if you did, you would not be paying you would not be paying a 20-year-old box for 40-year-old box. You wouldn't be doing it. You're like a homeless person that only ate day-old donuts. You never had a fresh one. You never had a fresh donut, and you're only eating the day-olds. And you're paying full price for day-old donuts because you don't know the difference. And you are attempting to encourage others. Even back in your fantasy Leave It to Beaver world where the guys did pay, 100%. Put it in the bag. Put it in the bag. These were younger, hotter, sexier, childless. Younger, hotter, sexier, childless. That's when it was worth it. It's like, okay, there are men in the world like Don Sterling who would gladly pay for youth infertility. That's something that's worth 100%. But you coming with aged box asking for full price, and Obsidian is telling niggas to pay for it? Full price for a used car with broken doors. Okay, so let's see. He's trying to logic way his way into cat. All cats not created equal. So, and this is the one that talks about let's bring them back to the negotiating table. Nigga, you are the worst negotiator ever. You are your current situation explains how you are the worst negotiator ever. You're paying 100% for that. You are the worst negotiator since the Indians. And this is no disrespect to my brethren. I love you. I respect you and everything that y'all went and suffered through, but you are terrible negotiators. You are terrible negotiators. Don't come at me the next time I go to the casino. Y'all are terrible negotiators. Okay? Obsidian is a terrible negotiator. Terrible. So David says, wait, so he's paying 100% for a 40-year-old plus girlfriend? Yes. According to him, if he is an advocate, we 100% people here, then you are paying 100% for something that, oh gosh. What part of traditionalism is that? What part of the tradition is that? Because as I understand, the people that did that way back when, they got like apple pies in the windowsill and well-behaved kids that was theirs, that had their DNA in it. And he was one of 4 people that hit it ever in her life. 4 at the most. That's what he got. That's what Leave It to Beaver got. All of his kids. She spat out all of his kids. And she baked a nice apple pie all the time. That is a deal. That is a reasonable deal. What you got? What you got? Some ass and gastric bypass. That is what you got. And yet, okay. You know, again, I know, but I don't know. Yes, gastric bypass surgery. And for those of you who don't know, gastric bypass is what you do when you can't afford lipo because it's covered by insurance, which means that she is working because YouTube don't have insurance. So on her company's work insurance, she got gastric bypass. Now, they only give that to the extremely fat. When you are life-threateningly fat, it's not considered cosmetic anymore, and they give it to you. How do I know this, but I don't know this? Well, it's simple. Damn it. Hold on. It's simple. She got wrinkles in places that shouldn't be wrinkled. Gastric bypass people tend to have like a lot of wrinkled skin where their whole being looks like a vagina. Looks like a balloon that you blow up and then you let all the air out. It looks like a kid who's been in a tub, or an adult who's been in the tub too long, and they come out and their fingers is wrinkled. But it's like that everywhere. It's not just like regular age wrinkles. It's like that everywhere. So you got that. And keep in mind, this is what you're talking about 100% for. This is what you're saying that guys should spend 100% for. Like, why are we still, and has kids. And has kids. So that means 100% on the stuff that goes to other people's kids. And another key factor of how I know but don't know about the gastric bypass. Hold on. Is they gain it all back. And I'm willing to bet that by now she's gained it all back, because they don't have the discipline and they don't have the motivation to keep it off. Primarily because they didn't work and they didn't pay for it. Like, if a person pay however much liposuction costs, I don't know, you have to ask Crystal and Keratin, because Crystal and Keratin had liposuction. But if they pay however much it costs to have it off, they're going to keep it off for a long period of time because they don't want to do that again. But when it's free, gastric bypass people, they get it back. They get it back. Now, hit the like button. Oh, but that's let me finish up with Obsidian. Let me finish up with Obsidian. So, okay, Mr. G says, so he's a whole fraud. Maybe. Because it is, it's very likely that she works. But it is possible that he pays for everything while she works. Oh, let me get on that side of the hustle. Because that's what men do. They prepare men so they don't fall into traps. They prepare men so they don't fall into traps. They do not set the men up to fall into said traps. Now, I'm going to talk about this hustle, which is very common. Very common. And there's no stat on it because marriage isn't even involved. I'm going to call these dudes the Burger King dudes. These are the Burger King dudes. What's a Burger King dude? It's not a dude that eats at Burger King. So, first year of college, actually out of high school, I worked at Burger King. And yeah, this is something, jobs like Burger King is something that young people do to cover the expenses of life when you're young. And sometimes older people do it. And it could be anything. I'm just using Burger King as an example. It could be a barista, it could be just about anything. It could be like Job Corps, in some cases it's the Marine, but the Marine are the military, but that's a career for most. So, let's scratch that. But it's entry level work that just covers the bills. When somebody says, "What are you doing?" and you say, "Oh yeah, I'm just, hey, I have this job, but it pays the bills." You want to know what else pays the bills? Obsidian. And yes, I have seen this happen with women in college. They be bossing it up. And it doesn't stop after college, but it does stop the moment she makes it. I repeat, it does stop the moment she makes it. Black women walking around like, we're the most enrolled in college. That is because, outside of student loans, because the student loans will pay your tuition and stuff like that, but all the incidentals and stuff like that, you got 100% dude. You got this 100% dude covering your rent, your utilities, your hair, your nails, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. He's covering all your expenses while you are getting your degree in such and such. And you are walking around like, I'm educated. And while he's a dude who is making his money, being a plumber, being a cop, being a firefighter, he's making his money this way, and you are going to school and stuff, building yourself up. So when the time comes and you did build yourself up because you didn't have expenses for the last, 10 years, then you start piping up, talking about, oh yeah, you can't handle that. I just outdone you, that I just eclipsed you. Like you needed me to eclipse you. Like, and let's just say she's not one of these chicks that get a useless degree. Let's just say she actually becomes a doctor, right? Let's say that she's this doctor chick and she's been living off the dude like all the way through medical school and residency and stuff like that. Dude has been fronting the bills. And then, the moment she becomes a doctor, she's like, okay, now I'm about to leave you for an actual doctor, doctor and stuff like that. That they are doing this chronically to these fools. Chronically. 100% though, right? Right? Don't get me wrong. And I'm not saying don't do 100%. I'm saying understand the dynamic before you make any decision like that. Understand the dynamic. If she's like, could you cover all the bills, expenses, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, while I go to school? And it's like, okay, what's going to happen after she goes to school? Is she's just using me, to keep her in a certain lifestyle until she's able to sustain that lifestyle on her own? Because I would have went to medical school too if somebody was, and I'm not saying me individually, I'm saying a person would go to medical school too if somebody covered all of their expenses. But men, as men, we need the money right now. I'm saying that there are so many different hustles and manipulations. We cannot be stupid. You always have to ask yourself, how can this go wrong? You always have to, with each and every single step you take, with each and every single line of code I write, I have to say, how can this go wrong? If people didn't think like that, missiles would hit the wrong city. Like stuff like that would happen all the time. How could this go wrong? How can I be hustled by this? And Obsidian, he never really thinks like that. And the reason why is because he's never had anything worth hustling for. He's never had anything worth being hustled out of in the entirety of his life. And now that he has like a little bit of money, and it's not even like, well, anyway, as far as I can calculate, it doesn't even seem like as much. But but now that he has like a little bit of money, he's acting like like he's PJ Washington. Like he's just like a dumbass that just that just came into money. Like he's just a teenager that became a millionaire overnight. That came out with a hit record or some crap like that. Like he don't know what to do with it. He don't know how to protect it because he hasn't had it. Yes. Okay. I understand paying the cost to be the boss, but guess what? Bosses are bosses. I have a boss. And you want to know what I can't do to my boss? I can't quit and take half the company. That's what I can't do. And that's why that person continues to be my boss. Because guess what? If I could quit and take half the company, I would. Or if I could quit and still get paid the exact same amount, I would. That's what retirement is. It's people quitting and getting the exact same amount or close to it. Shout out to the Fantastic. Shout out to One Master Teacher. These are brothers that on the day that they got their 20, on the day that they got their 20, they are gone. And guess what? And no shade to them at all. Shout out to them. But that is how these chicks are thinking. Like, okay, you want to be the boss of me, huh? All right, you want to give me that ring, huh? You want to put that baby in me, huh? Okay, you the boss, you the boss, you the boss. Yeah, 20 G's a month. They can only be the boss when they are paid to work, not when they are paid to not work. That's why this pay the cost to be the boss situation does not work in the West. All right, so let me get to Six the Goddess. It's time for a new roast. All right, so.
To be, I'm like, oh my God, what's going on? Go ahead and check this out. So this is two brothers having a conversation. I've already watched the video. They had a very respectful.
Look at her titties. Look at her lips. Look at her hair. Look at her fuckability value. And compare it to brown sugar. I want y'all to soak that in for a second, because these are the chicks that oh, and she's still not married. So chicks like this, right? They don't consider like long-term relationships, you know, with a boss at this age, and while their titties is this up. No, they wait till their brown sugar's age, and then they find anything that they could get. You know, they try to find the last remaining nigga that's still paying 100%. You have to sacrifice something. So, for example, somebody in the chat room says that she's a stripper. Okay, well, if you want traditionalism, then you have to not be a strip bitch, because back in the day, men didn't marry and give 100% to strip bitches. Okay, that was tradition. They didn't do crap like that. Women had to get married like at 16 and some crap, and you know, and remain married no matter how much money she can make on the streets, in the strip clubs, no matter how much money she can make doing that. She had to sacrifice that money and give all of that strip goodness to her husband. Nothing about this chick's life is traditional. I heard she had a kid, but she is requiring traditionalism from men, and dumbass niggas like Obsidian is saying, okay, good deal.
Dialogue amongst each other. And I saw some people saying stuff like, oh, why are we still having these conversations? And what I find so interesting is not the group of people who have the most trauma and the most unpaired, most unmarried, most systematic destruction holding them apart as men.
Don't like this. It's systematic destruction. No, it's nasty bitches.
Men and women, not those people rolling their eyes, talking about why do we have to always talk about relationship stuff. I'm very glad that we're having more talks about relationships and the dynamics in them, especially that majority of us never saw healthy ones, especially when every other group on this planet, when they pair up and they're in relationships, that's just it. Meanwhile, every time a Black man and woman unites and get together, it is sacred because it is in spite of a system designed to keep us separately. So it's so interesting.
Everybody else is in the same damn system. In the West, everybody is in the same damn system. It's y'all bitches that try to monetize sex, and that's because y'all all are less than 3 degrees of separation from an actual hoe. Let's be clear. All of these chicks are less than 3 degrees of separation from an actual hoe. Even if you on some Michelle Obama stuff. So here's what I mean by this. Here's what I mean by this. Black women, each and every single one of them, know somebody who knows somebody who is a hoe, or they know a hoe directly. Even if it's not themselves, and by hoe I mean like actual street walking prostitute, or Craigslist, or whatever. Not OnlyFans, not strippers, not sugar babies or anything like that. I'm talking about an actual an actual street walking, holla for a dollar hoe. Each and every single one of them get their hair did by somebody who is doing the hair of a hoe. Now, what does that mean? That means that that hoe is very close to their influence. That's what that means. There are immigrants that come here that are still like at least like 5 or 6 degrees of separation from the nearest hoe. So a lot of Black women culture is, and I'll do a separate video on this, is directly influenced by hoes. And that's the real reason why you can't pair bond, because hoes cannot be proper wives. And you are hoe adjacent.
Not us, okay, with the most issues and the most behind when it comes to relationship dynamics, having the audacity to roll our eyes about how we're tired of talking about them. No, we need to be having more and more conversations about them. We will go to college for years to educate yourself on everything else, but nobody wants to take the time to properly educate themselves on relationships and marriage in particular. So if you're that person who feels like, why do we have to talk about this?
You should get in a relationship. Look at your tits. How difficult would it be for you to just go out and find a guy who would marry you for permanent access to your tits? But you have monetized relationships because you are 3 or less, and it's probably like 1 because you were a stripper, so you like know a hoe directly. So the whole concept of monetizing your sex is very near and dear to you. And the whole concept of giving it away for what you consider to be free is downright repulsive to you. Those two things are true. Hit the like button. The concept of monetizing sex is something that you are imprinted with. And the concept of giving it up for free is repulsive to you, as it is with any hoe.
Please go on about your business. Okay. These are the exact conversations we need to be having. We want to talk about money and all this. Baby, family is the foundation of all of it.
Then why don't you have one? And don't give me this, oh, I haven't found you. No, it's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. Go up to a man who's with a woman that looked like Ms. Brown Sugar and tell him, like, I'll marry you if you divorce her, and see if he don't do it. Or I'll marry you if you divorce her right now, and see if he don't do it.
Okay. At the foundation of family is relationship. That's all family is. It's relationships and blood. All right. So if you're that person who thinks, why do I have this conversation? Just click off the video. I'm sure you already figured it out. I'm sure you have no issues. I'm sure you're the only Black person exempt from trauma and PTSD that everybody else got trying to figure out dynamics, which most of us never even had a proper example. Okay. I'm sure you're the exception. I'm sure you've done all the work and you have nothing more to learn. And I love that for you. God bless you. So I'm going to go ahead and pull this up. The next disclaimer. I don't know this brother. I don't know neither one of these brothers. Do not leave no comments about that brother got he broke his hall pass in the 5th grade by the safety patrol. I don't want to hear. I don't know this guy. It doesn't matter. It's two men having a conversation amongst each other, and we're going to simply
just get into the damn
in this conversation. Okay, that's it. So let me go ahead and pull this up. This brother's channel is named Yada Awakening. And so let's go ahead. They're having a conversation about the traditional man who is a provider man versus the 50-50 man of splitting household bills.
It's hard out here. And you talking about, oh, I'm not a man if I'm going 50-50 with my woman. It's hard, brother. You sitting up here, your nice house, your nice jury, nice cars. Oh yeah, man, you gotta do 100%. How, brother? I'm making $14 an hour. What you expect? You still on there, oh yeah, man, 100%, you're not a man. You're not a man. How? I'm still working. I'm still providing, right? So what makes me not a man? Because I'm going 50-50 with my woman.
So me and the ladies on my Patreon, which ladies, if you're not in my Patreon, what are you doing? Okay. I have a great Patreon for women only, in which we sit and share all the secrets about how to look good. I do my makeup live on there. We have girl talk, we have get-togethers, we have a group chat. It's a very supportive group of women who are looking to grow, do better, have solutions, and we're constantly having different talks, educating.
That's good. I'm curious about what your definition of better is, but that's good.
Ourselves about relationships, because as women, we are in charge to influence the temperature in relationships around us. And so we take it very seriously to educate ourselves on relationship skills and dynamics. And we had a talk one time. I also have the link in the description, ladies only to join if you are interested. So one of the things that we talked about is, as a woman, you can always tell a lot about a man by the way he sits. Okay. It is, child, not me almost. Hold on now. We ain't got insurance. Hold on. Let's not in front of the company. Let's not act like that. Okay, story of my life is a tall girl, not me way over here. Somehow kicking the thing way over there, honey. I'm just so long.
Just get to your point.
We were having a conversation about the way a man sit really tell you a lot. Like when a man really sit with his legs all close together and sits kind of closing himself in, a lot of the times that will tell you this man is not confident. Versus when a man sits with them legs open, arms open.
Oh God. Here we go. So what she's doing right now, and this is done often, it's done to me, it's done to everybody who has an opinion. It was done to Kevin Samuels. This is done to everybody who don't really go along with their way of thinking. And that is, they say that this person is not a woman's first choice. And right now she's saying that that's the case because of the way he's sitting. Okay.
it says more so confident. It says more so, I'm not worried. None of y'all are a threat to me. I'm good. It's BDE. Okay. So automatically I'm noticing.
Oh, and by the way, all the guys that agree with what they say, you know, they have all the BDE. Now, these are things that can't really be quantified, but it's just like, you know, oh yeah, you're sexy. You're sexy if you say what I want you to say. So basically, guys are becoming slaves to platitudes.
And I'm sorry, not to be disrespectful. I don't know this brother. I'm just giving a general term. I don't. This man's married. I don't want his wife being like, man, what did you say, girl? I don't know this man. I'm just simply speaking on as women how we see things with a man. So if I see a man legs all close, I'm like, turn off. Why me and you sitting the same way? That's not cute. No, open them legs up. Yeah, let it swing a little bit. We like that. Let it swing. Okay. So I first noticed the difference in body language really tells me which man is perceived as more confident than the other. And then as the more they continue talking, the more it kind of confirms, you know, how a man sit really does tell you a lot about how he feels about himself inside.
And brother, I applaud you. You gotta understand it is hard out here, but we are men, so we have to go harder. I'm not.
So another thing I know about a man, especially a man who has a certain level of regard for himself, a man could be dying on the inside, struggling, and you'll be like, are you okay? And he's like, yeah, I'm fine. Like, even if he is on the inside fighting for his life.
Fellas, press 68 in the chat room if you believe women when they tell you what a man should be. Every time women like this tell you what a man should be, it's always self-serving. Really? You believe women should tell, Lion, you believe women should tell men what they should be? It's always self-serving. They always define masculinity to benefit the bitch, just like Obsidian defines masculinity to benefit the bitch. With hopes that one day Six the Goddess say, yeah, I like the way he sits. This is what's actually going on. She's defining masculinity to her benefit.
He will never.
And what is her benefit? And this is what's sick. Her benefit is, I want you to, when you're suffering, I want you to shut the fuck up about it. I don't want to hear it. If I hear about your suffering, then you are not a man. Shut up. Like, oh man, my mama died. Shut up. I shouldn't have to hear about that. Like, oh man, you know, yeah, I think my brother was lynched. Shut up. Shouldn't have to hear about that. You should just give me 100% of what I need in life and shut the fuck up.
Tell you that something is difficult or something is hard. I don't care how long it takes him to figure it out. I don't care how many attempts I don't care how much. A man normally will never tell you that something is too difficult for him or too hard for him. So, you know, I would be very interested to find out, the brother in the shorts, I'd be very interested to find out what his dynamic was growing up. Because a lot of women, you know, raise their sons on their own, and you never.
What was your dynamic? And aren't you raising a son on your own? Are you going to sit with your legs open so you could be a good example for him, for your son?
Really let your son know that the way that I'm raising you is not normal and healthy. I'm not supposed to be raising you alone. You're supposed to be with your father. A lot of times you never even make the boy aware that there is a very important masculine element that is missing in the household. So he grows up not even looking for the parts of himself that you cannot provide. And this brother, I don't know this brother, I have no offense to this brother, but typically when I see men that speak this way, they were raised with a mom, and even worse, a mother who was not hyper aware of how you have to move differently when you're raising a son. When you're raising a son, you have to always remember he does not belong to you. Your son is not your son. He is someone's husband. He is a future leader.
See, it's always been little stuff. This is my first time seeing the first part. I've seen like bits and pieces of the last ones through Obsidian, but this is my first time seeing the first part. Your son is not someone's husband. Okay, I'm going to break down what that means, because you got to read behind the line with people like her. And this is why I don't like her, because when somebody is trying to disguise themselves as something else, you have to like look for clues to read behind the lines to see what they are. He's someone's husband. He's not a person in and of himself. He does not belong to himself. He is not sovereign. He is not, he's not his own person. He is a person to someone else. Like, she's not his wife, but he's her husband. And what women like this do, what mothers like this do, is they raise their sons to benefit their future daughter-in-law. They don't care what happens to the son. He's just property of someone. The person he marries is a woman and therefore has personhood. He is an extension of the person that he's going to marry one day. And notice that modern women, they used to do this, but they don't say that anymore about their daughters. Notice how she's not saying that about her daughter. Notice how she's not saying things like, when we're raising a little girl, we have to raise them to be with the understanding that this is going to be someone's wife. But no, they raise their sons to be someone's husbands and their daughters to be independent. Hit the like button. That is why we are lost, black men. We were raised to be husbands, and we were raised to be the husbands of women who don't need us. You're going to be the husband of a black woman, and I'm going to tell the black women of the same generation not to need your ass as a husband. It's a setup. Shout out to Admiral Akbar. It's a trap.
And as women, your daughter is your child. Your son is not. Okay. You can never raise your son selfishly.
Oh, God.
Of what feels best for you. You have to be able to balance them out and let them know you are different from me. Okay. And when you don't do that, the boy will end up acting like you as soon as an emotion come up that makes him uncomfortable.
Well, you know what you should do? You should stick with the man. You should get with the man. You should keep the man.
And as a woman, it's more acceptable for us to say, oh my God, this is too hard for me. I'm overwhelmed. This is difficult. So, typically boys that grow up seeing a man, be a man, they would never be so comfortable to so openly admit that something is hard or as though they feel some type of lack or fear in something. And so, and I'm just saying this because it's all, the more I observe the brother, it's kind of making sense in the way he speaks here in this conversation.
Saying or trying to speak down to you, my brother, by any means, that's it, I'm not. But I want you to be reminded of something that our fathers didn't teach us, that we must go hard and that we shouldn't get into a relationship with a woman until we have direction before you can say that.
And I absolutely love that. Okay. Now that was just a bar the brother said. And interestingly, the brother in the shorts response is, but who are you to say that? That's a very feminine response as well, because women do that. Okay. Women, when you sit and make a point to them and they don't have an actual real retort for the point made, that's what they'll do. Who are you to say that? Well, don't you have this? Where's your that? That's a very feminine approach. So his response is interesting when he's saying, listen, brother, I'm not coming down on you. Most of us did not have our fathers, which is true. And he's saying this, and I spoke about this in a previous video. If there's a man who is saying that he's working on getting himself together, he's working on getting his money together, he's working on figuring out where he want to move, he's working on figuring out his career, he's working on men who are working on figuring out, as he said, you really have no direction, you don't really know what you can commit to, what you can bring to a table.
Okay. Another feminine thing people do, and this is what the other brother's doing, is making a straw man. And they're always going to be that straw man that, you know, the guy's sitting on the couch living on at home with his parents or something like that, you know, because that would be the extreme of what you shouldn't marry. Even though that might be who the father of her child is, but you know, that straw man always just seemed to pop up out of nowhere. But no, when you look at every successful man that wasn't born that way, it started with a plan and direction. That's how it starts. And these chicks are so dense that they don't really go for potential. They go for actual, and they wonder why they always get caught behind the 8 ball. You know why white girls are dating the college athletes? They're waiting to after the draft, wondering how come he's already with the white girl that dated him while he was a college athlete or high school athlete. It's part of being stupid. And it's really part of being within 3 degrees of separation from a hoe. Why? Because clients pay first. Customers pay first. So they're not going to waste precious vagina on the college athlete because he can't get paid. They're gonna save it for after the draft.
He is absolutely correct. That man has no business having no woman, let alone no in-house. Men like that.
You hear that, fellas, right? And we're talking young men here. At least I'm assuming. No matter what, young men are included in this. According to this chick, a young man, like I gave the Burger King scenario, who's just starting out in life, does not deserve sex. You don't deserve sex until you have a significant amount of money. Three degrees of separation from a hoe.
Should have to pay per play. They should not be in relationships with normal, healthy.
She actually said pay per play. She actually, 3 degrees of separation from a hoe. This is whole thinking. This is whole logic.
Everyday women who are sitting there pouring into them, thinking this relationship is going to actually lead to something real. Okay. If a man says, oh, I'm figuring it out, well, he needs to figure it out by himself. Because.
Okay. The concept of growing with a man is absent to women who are hoe adjacent in their mentality. I repeat, the concept of growing with a man is absent to chicks like that. Let's hit that like button.
even a man who may not have it all together will have a direction for the woman that want to be with him. If you want to be with me, we can do that. We can build together. And this is what I need you to do. This is how I need you to support me. And he'll put his ego.
That's exactly what he was talking about. Wait a minute. Is she contradicting herself? Because it's not making sense. Because first she's like, the guy don't deserve in-house or sex, and he has to pay for play. But now if he has a direction, this is not making sense.
Be in relationships with normal, healthy, everyday women who are sitting there pouring into them, thinking this relationship is going to actually lead to something real. Okay. If a man says, oh, I'm figuring out, well, he needs to figure it out by himself. Because even a man who may not have it all together will have a direction for the woman that want to be with him. If you want to be with me, we can do that.
Okay, she didn't contradict herself. So her straw man is somebody who's figuring it out versus somebody who has like a set series of plans. Okay, I get it. All right, so speaking of figured out, it says, so men figuring out their way is not acceptable. Meanwhile, we got a bunch of women figuring out their weight and feminine role. Exactly. And Obsidian would have us, marry them.
That we can build together, and this is what I need you to do. This is how I need you to support me. And he'll put his ego aside to say, I'm going to let my helpmate be the helpmate that she's meant to be. But most men are not equipped for that.
Why do you have to put your ego aside to delegate to your helpmate? Once again, you got to read behind the lines. When she says something like that, it leads me to conclude that she likes to fuck with men's ego. Like, she's the type of person like, oh yeah, I'm gonna help you, but I'm going to fuck with your ego, while I do that. Like, okay, yeah, if you pay for the dinner, I'll buy the tip, but I'm going to call you a broke ass nigga. And, basically any help I give you is going to come at the expense of me attacking your ego. So you have to set that ego aside in order for me to be a helpmate to you. Why can't it just be a situation like, he's studying for the MCATs and he's like, hey, could you cook or go to the store because I really need that extra time to study. Without you just something like that doesn't really affect a person's ego. I need time to study. And every second I spend washing dishes or cooking or et cetera, takes away from that time of studying. It doesn't hurt an ego to say that unless you try to hurt it. Appreciate you, Lion.
That most men, their ego is not strong enough.
Yep, he's an ego attacker.
It's better for them.
In her talking about the male ego, she is attacking the male ego. Most men have weak egos. Like, oh, wow, that really hurt my ego. She can't help but fucking with a dude's ego. Gosh. Look at her titties. Post-nut clarity, which is what everyone who has been with her now has. Post-nut clarity with her hit you like a bat to the ego. Post-nut clarity with her hit you like a bat to the ego. The moment you step out of that, the moment you pull out of that 6 foot goodness, that Thelma from Good Times Goodness, once you pull out of that, you like, wait a minute, this bitch is really on some ego shit. And that's because women like her is programmed to keep their mates humble. I repeat, and I barely know this chick. And what I mean, I barely know, I don't even watch her stuff. She is programmed to keep men humble. And I'm willing to bet that whatever I play now is going to reconfirm that.
Be where they want to be before bringing a woman on. Okay. Most men cannot deal with the amount of putting their ego aside to say, you know what? I don't have it all together. It's not all at 100, but I'm willing to.
They know it's not at 100. That's why they're working towards 100. What the hell? It doesn't take every man here is not at 100. And we all know that. That's why you continue to work towards that. It's not an ego thing unless you are somebody who likes to attack egos. I'm telling you, this chick is always going to be the one to remind you that you're not at 100. And then when you just say, bitch, get the fuck out. Oh, you got a delicate ego. Shut the fuck up. If you are a second string quarterback, she's the bitch to remind you that you are not first string. She's the bitch to remind the silver medalist that you know that he didn't get the gold. Or to remind the gold medalist that 10 years ago or 12 years ago, somebody else set a new world record that you didn't beat. You just beat everybody in the world today. But you wouldn't have beat that nigga 10 years ago, just saying. She's the type to tell Mayweather how Muhammad Ali could whoop his ass. Women who talk about the male ego are chronically attacking the male ego. And then when people retaliate, you know, she blames it on a weakness in their ego because that's her knee-jerk reaction. But she's always on the attack. Notice how, and this is why I like Danica, not her. Notice how extremely comfortable she feels insulting men. Unlike Danica, this chick feels extremely comfortable insulting the plurality of men. Not just this guy here, the plurality of men.
Accept the help and support from my woman to help me get where I need to go. Most men can't do that. Most men, they want you to see him as Superman. They want you to see him as a brother who just has it all together. So if he is a man who is still in his ego in that way, he need to be alone. He should not have women he's dealing with, cooking for him, cleaning for him, laying up under him, knowing he doesn't have any direction to push her in. Because if you deal with a woman for too long without direction,
you don't push her in a direction, she follows yours. But you don't know that, do you? Why are you pushing her in a direction when you're going the same way? If wherever you go, he follows or she follows, then why is he pushing you in a direction? Three degrees of separation at most.
One or two things going to happen. Another man going to come along with a plan and she's going to roll with him. Or The woman is going to eventually begin to resent you and only stay around because she feels as though she already invested too much. Women get resentful when they are not given a direction to go in, and when they are not given a clear way of how they can help and support you. When you do not allow a woman to fulfill her purpose with you in.
This has little to nothing to do with 50-50. Because what she's doing now is she's saying, you know, we yearn for leadership and direction. Now that we got that out the way, give me that money. It's like, wait a minute. I thought you were yearning for leadership. Yeah. Well, but while you are leading me and directing me, you need to be paying me, you know, because I am sleeping with you.
Comes the resentment, which is what most people do, and now they end up getting married because we might as well, because we're already this deep in, and then wonder why 2 to 5 years later you can't even stomach each other. Okay, so I agree. Okay, if you don't have it together and you don't have, and you're too much in your ego to live at your means, sacrifice a little bit and not look like the perfect man, being single is best for you, and you need to pay anytime you want to get some.
Oh God, that was actually said. 3 degrees of separation. Why does everything come down to paying for pussy somehow with her? Why in the hell does everything come down to paying for pussy with her? Like, you need to pay for pussy. Essentially, what she said is, if you're poor, you need to pay for pussy. And if you're rich, you need to pay 100% of the expenses for her pussy. So essentially, if you're poor, you don't get a package deal. If you're poor, you don't get to put the pussy on credit, because that's essentially what she's talking about when she says, you know, directions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. She's essentially saying that, okay, I will gladly fuck you today for your future success. Now let's read some of the super chats. Greatly appreciate you all. In fact, let me check to see if I got some cash out. Okay, it says any man that let a woman define their masculinity is a goofy and a loser. As long as the definition isn't like obviously self-serving, then yes. But I mean, the only time it makes sense is when it's the same definition that a man had. But it should not come from you. I repeat, it should not come from you. You see, and this is the whole problem with the single mother dynamic. One thing a single mother cannot instill in a young boy is leadership by example. You can't command leadership into someone. It has to be an example, like a private who follows a drill sergeant or a lieutenant or a captain or a colonel. There is a certain like, that's going to be me one day. That person who is giving me orders is going to be me giving another recruit orders one day. There is that, and that father who is, you know, guiding me, whipping me, you know, getting me right, is going to be me as a father one day. I am going to grow into that figure. He will never grow into your figure. Now, I would grow into your figure, yeah, but he would never grow into your figure. So you're not creating an example of male leadership that he will one day emulate, ever. That's something you cannot do. All right. So I appreciate you. Opinions of some average bros. Appreciate you, brother. All right, next we have the Red Pill Ranger. It says, women like this make it a goal to keep a man from having too much confidence. Absolutely. They are insecure and make male confidence terrify them. Absolutely. Absolutely. And Kanye West said it best. Then he get on and leave your ass for a white girl. That's what they fear. This is what confident men do. Confident men, and I'm not saying they leave you for a white woman because white women are for confident men and black women are for men of low confidence. I'm not saying that whatsoever. But confident men are less afraid to end relationships. I repeat, confident men are less afraid to leave relationships. Martin Luther King was a confident man. Bill Clinton was a confident man. Michael Jordan is a confident man. You see where I'm going with this, right? Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe Bryant. There are certain things that come with confident men. That BDE that women champion so much, there is certain things that come with that. And on their side, it comes with fear. Notice how when the civil rights era ended, that is when this whole gender war for black people started. Just take a listen at the music, right? Like Midnight Train to Georgia, give them something he could feel, stuff like that. The music went in a drastically different direction. Follow me for a second. And you want to know why that is? Men, all of a sudden, black men, gained a significant level of confidence. For the first time in centuries, at least in the South, black men were able to literally hold their head up high. They were able to literally hold their heads up high. They were able to sit on the bus in the front and put their feet out. They were able to eat what they want, where they want, how they wanted it, and order what they want. It was a new confidence. And what did black women do? Niggas ain't shit. That is when the niggas ain't shit started. You niggas ain't shit. How dare you have all this newfound confidence? You ain't shit. Beta male cone. In fact, their pattern of demoralization is very similar to the Jim Crow era white people. Yeah, I just want to remind you that you ain't shit. Okay, just wanted to throw that out there. So yes, it does terrify them because it's new.
Period.
A person that cares, a person that loves you, a person that's been in your shoes and understands how it feels when we can't give our family what they truly deserve. We have to go hard. Now, give me one moment. I've been in your shoes. And when I was in your shoes, I stayed in my lane. I lived where I lived. My woman didn't work. She nurtured to the children till I got this. And I'm trying to give you the cheat code. Do what you need.
I don't know what his shoes is. But if his shoes is of somebody who has financial troubles and he was in those shoes, but his woman still was there for him, then it seems like he was able to financially support both of them while he was having financial troubles, which is fine. Which is fine, but you know, there's this whole, you know, anti-struggle love thing that they're talking about.
Need to do so you can.
I absolutely love that for that brother, because nothing is more frustrating than seeing a man where it's like, baby, you sitting here treading water and ain't getting nowhere. And the reason why you ain't getting nowhere is because you need help. Okay. So it can be a catch-22. Some men, depending on their career path, they don't have time to sit and spend 2 to 3 hours a day worried about what am I going to eat. They have better things to do than to sit and separate their laundry from the whites and the colors.
Agreed.
Depending on how big a man's dream is, the irony of it all is he either will never make it to where he want to be, or he won't make it till he's too old to enjoy it without a proper woman helping him. I love this is what I mean by a man putting his ego aside.
Wait.
I love that this man said, my wife won't make it till he's too old to enjoy it without a proper woman helping him. Irony of it all is he either will never make it to where he want to be, or he won't make it till he's too old to enjoy it without a proper woman helping him. I love this is what I mean by a man putting his ego aside. I love that this man said, my wife met me where I was at. Thank you, baby. We might have to live in a little 2-bedroom apartment for a few years till I get this together.
Okay, but the question is did he pay his wife for pussy? Because according to you, he should have.
Together. Are you down? And when a woman have not only faith in a man, but faith in herself to know, oh, baby, whatever man I get with, I know he is nurtured into greatness. Because men produce so much better when their only task is to be productive.
Agreed.
When you don't have to waste, you're a man, your shoulders are
agreed, but you're saying that those guys should pay for pussy.
Strong, your hands are strong. Why would you be wasting time putting laundry in the washing machine like this? The whites, the darks. Are you serious? You definitely could be spending your time doing something better. Okay.
So get behind a man like that and support him. I don't see the problem. And we still haven't gotten into why this is a 50-50 conversation, but you know.
Okay. So you'll be surprised how much more productive a man is when his mind is clear from the stupid, mundane things in life that are honestly a waste of his time. So I love that he's saying that him and the wife came together and that the sister was doing.
That's good. You need to teach women to be like that. You really do.
With a real wife, not girlfriend, wife. What a real wife would do, which is to nurture a man into greatness. Too many women mess up where you want to roll your.
Okay, I hope that she's not on that whole, I'm not going to submit until I have a ring.
Sleeves up and help him build. You don't help no man build. You make it easier for him to build himself. You pour into him, he pours into the unit. So it seemed like he's married to a smart sister that knows that crack the code.
I hope he's married to a white woman.
Worried about having your hands and everything. When you pour into that man and you free him up where he can wake up in the morning and just focus, wake up in the morning and produce, you know you got a beast in him. Okay, men don't multitask well. You trying to save the world and figure out what you're going to eat for lunch.
Men don't multitask well. She just can't help it. She just can't help it.
Trying to save the world and remember to go pick up your dry cleaning. Get out of here. So I'm loving that he's speaking on, listen, my brother, if you do this right, it's not about the ego of coming into this with the perfect picture. I love that. That's why I say these type of conversations we need to be having.
feed your woman, and while she's nurturing the children, she can also nurture your dreams and your goals. Now you can be successful. Now you don't have to say, I'm working for $15. Now you can say, I got employees that I'm paying that's working for me for $15. I'm trying to elevate you. But men get so caught in their emotions and their pride, and the first thing you want to do is feel attacked. Get the wisdom.
This is coming from a rich man.
But right now,
This
you're
coming
acting
from a rich
triggered.
man.
But right now,
But this is coming from
Once again,
The brother in the shorts, he's not very good at this. He's not very good at this. So what they're talking, and keep in mind, they still haven't gotten, we're 16 minutes in, they still haven't gotten to the 50-50 conversation of this, the 50-50 portion of this, because what's essentially the conversation now is working with a man to, achieve mutually beneficial goals, which is something I agree with, which is something she's claiming to agree with, which is something that he's saying. I don't really know how all these expenses is going to help somebody in that regard. That's where it's starting to break off.
he don't respond to what the brother said because there is no response. Because there's no response to the truth. The truth is a period at the end. The truth is the truth. So instead of him saying and listening and say, you know what, you're right. I need to look at this different. Let me marry my woman. Let me live at my means and grow. Instead, it's coming from a rich man. I would willing to.
So once again, I can't wait. Like I'm eager. I'm really eager to see how she's going to explain taking on 100% of someone else's expenses is helping the man financially. Like I really need to hear that.
Almost bet money that this man grew up with no man around. And if he did, it was a weak man. And in my opinion, a weak man is worse than no.
A weak man. You see?
No man.
But how did I get here?
Yeah.
But how did I get here? And I'm giving you the steps. This is if you put down your ego, if you put down your pride, brother, am I saying anything wrong? I'm saying men should be men.
But you saying we not men. You saying we not men.
Brother. Any man that makes an excuse can't be a man completely. You can be a male. A man comes with responsibilities, and it's hard to be a man. It's hard.
Now, see, this is why the man get the big piece of chicken. You know what I'm saying? We don't understand that.
You have never given a man a big piece of chicken a day in your fucking life. You have never, ever given a man a big piece of chicken a day in your fucking life. You see, she's on some, I will submit, women will submit if, and then ... ellipsis. Oh yeah, I'll submit if, you do this, this, and this, and then, I'll submit. And every time somebody says something like this, I'm going to say, he has that BDE, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Look at her. She is 6 foot tall. Does she think that somebody else is eating a big chicken? She was a baby eating a big piece of chicken.
Big part of the man is he carry majority of the weight. And I tell my girls a huge sign.
So, and this is for all you naysayers, Mela, who believes that she actually gave men a big piece of chicken. What man is turning down big chicken and big titties? Because she is single. So what man is turning down, and it would have to be like a row of men that's just turning down big titties and big chicken.
Of a level of a man masculinity is he should blame everything on himself. With masculine men, you really have to go out your way to try to convince them to not blame themselves for everything. Masculine men rarely make excuses.
Nothing like a woman telling a man how to be masculine. Okay.
And they will always look at themselves as the part they played in something. Okay, masculine men don't take outs. You can't throw them out like, here's your way to get out of something, and they take it. They don't do that. Okay, and so that is a huge indicator. A man that make excuses, it's too hard, it's not this, huge sign that he is not fit to be in charge of no women and no children. Okay, with man, no excuses, and everything is his fault. Period. Being a man is a
no bad news. No bad news. No bad news. Now don't nobody bring me no bad news. 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 Now don't nobody bring me no bad news. For those of you who don't know, that is a scene from the movie The Wiz, where the Wicked Witch of the West Side sat on her throne, and she told all of her disciples, who were men, and all of her motorcycle monkey people, and all the crows, all the people who were enslaved to her, don't nobody bring me no bad news.
ugly, thankless job. That's why you get the big piece of chicken. Okay, that's why daddy get his plate first. That's why when daddy come home, everybody put down the iPad, put down the phone, and greet daddy at the door.
You have never done any of this shit ever. This is where the fake pick-me stuff comes from. You have never done any of this shit ever. Not a turd. You haven't done a turd of this shit ever. If somebody say, put your iPad down, you say, oh, what, you jealous? You jealous because you think I'm talking to somebody with a bigger dick than yours. You need to work on your ego.
Mommy first, then the kids. Okay, that's why daddy get that treatment, because daddy get beat up the most. You understand? No excuses in a man, period. I'm big on that.
No bad
I'm
news.
very big on a man not making no excuses.
No bad
and
news.
A man keeping his word. Nothing turn me on more. When you get you a man who do what he say he gonna do in all elements.
No bad
not
news.
Even just in regard to you, but a man who stand on his word. Ooh, 10 out of 10. Highly recommend.
Hard, brother. It's not easy. That's why the respect you want from your woman that you don't get, I get from mine.
You know, my woman respect me.
Hold on.
My woman respect
you think she respects
My
you?
woman respect me.
You think she
Yeah, all right,
respects you?
brother.
You
Yeah,
think she
all right,
has she ever raised her voice at you?
This nigga just said that your woman don't respect you. I can't stand niggas like that.
Now watch this. This part right here, he killed him. He killed him right here. Murder scene right here. Okay. He about to set him up. See, now this man in the shorts is so emotional that now it's almost like a joke, this conversation. Like, baby, you sowing your emotions. This is burning your chest so bad. You can't even really have the conversation properly. So now he really going to set him up to tell on himself. Watch this.
No.
Hold on.
My woman respect me.
You think she
Yeah, all right,
respects you?
brother.
You
Yeah,
think
all right,
she has she ever raised her voice at you?
No.
He think he.
Does she cook for you every night?
Of
brother?
course.
Of course.
So she respects you, cooks for you every night. Does she clean the house?
Of course.
She cleans the house, and you got her working 16 hours a day.
Boy, he got him. Boy, he thought he ate. Boy, he knew he had it. What you talking about? Yeah, I'm 50-50.
Okay. There's a lot of lies being told here on both sides. But the 16-hour a day thing is a stretch. and she cooks. You should like. I don't know how this conversation began, but you know, is this nigga is saying like, I got a woman who's working 16 hours a day, and yeah. So there's definitely lies here. All right. So the Red Pill Ranger. I like that name. I like that name. The Red Pill Ranger says, women want men that pays 100%, but don't know how to handle what comes with that. A 100% man's come with a whole lot of my way or the highway. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing about that. Because many don't. You know, Obsidian most certainly don't. But many don't. And, but 6 is being very disingenuous. Because what she's saying is that if you provide 100%, then you get all of this stuff, the big piece of chicken, the iPad, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. These are things that she do not offer, no matter if the man gives 100% or not. You see, because first of all, 100% is a different amount for every person. 100% could be like, you know, $1,000 a year, or excuse me, $1,000 a month, which means that a person could pull that off on 50K. Or 100% could be $100,000 a month. But no matter what, she's going to up it, which is why she's in the situation she's in now. So if a guy who came along and say he makes 120, right? And he gives her an allowance of, let's just say 5K, right? Meaning that he's spending 60,000 a year on her, plus paying all the bills. She will still say, I make more than 60K a year on YouTube and whatever else her career is, you know, stripping. I think she does hair too. So she'll just say, I make more doing that. And therefore, I don't feel that you should get the big piece of chicken. You got to set your ego aside and get my allowance up. So the 100% is really elastic. You know, an immigrant who picked cherries in a cherry field has a stay-at-home wife, but you know, his 100% is a lot different than Tyrese Gibson's 100%. And because of that, you can always have women like her, unlike Danica Marie, who actually, you know, who actually assures that her husband gets the big piece of chicken with the ring to prove it. And the fact that she streams like all day and stuff, you know, she is like a kept woman. And then you have the women who say, oh, yes, I would do it. I would do it. Like I would submit and give you the big piece of chicken and put my iPad down. I would do it, but you gotta pay 100%. And he says, okay. He's like, yeah, but see, 100% for me and my big titties is actually, you know, the same cost that it would be to adopt 18 African babies. Like that's actually, you know, how much 100% is for me. Like you could be putting like a kid through Harvard, or you could be getting me purses. Like, and then once you give me that Birkin bag, then yeah, I'll get you that big piece of chicken. But the reason why I haven't given it yet, the reason why I haven't given the big piece of chicken yet, and the chicken isn't the only breast you want. Yeah, even though that hasn't happened yet, it will happen, but this is my cost.
Did my woman respect me? Oh, really? Well, does she cook? Yeah, yeah. Do she clean? Yeah. Do she suck dick? Hell yeah, from the back. So you got her cooking
From the back? I don't like that shit.
sucking dick and working full time. Crickets. And also, that's not 50-50. Because your body handles work and stress differently than hers. You don't have a cycle. You don't have crazy hormones. Women, we're a different person every week, depending on where we are in our moon cycle. Oh, don't let it be an eclipse. Don't let it be an eclipse. Don't let it be a full moon, a blood moon. Don't know if you coming or going. So it's not 50-50. Because you think this man is doing half the dishes? Be so for real. You think this man is changing half the diapers? Okay. Do you think he's doing half the laundry? No. So it's not 50-50. 50-50 is a scam. Okay. 50-50 is a scam. We know it's not. So now he got him. Oh, so you mean to tell us she doing her part, but you ain't doing yours, is what he just admitted. What he's saying is, damn, so she doing all that, doing her part right, and you still got her helping you out with the bills?
That sounds like slavery.
No, it's not.
Brother, you got her cooking every
I
night.
don't have her doing anything. She does it because she wants to.
Okay, he said that sounds like slavery. Working all day and night while another person reaps the benefits of your work is slavery. Because that's what Obsidian was suggesting when he was covering this piece. You're supposed to do it for life. That is slavery. Working to somebody else's, where they receive 100% support from your labors, is slavery.
We in the trenches together.
The trenches together.
A slave and a master has never been 50-50 on anything, is my point. 100% zero is slavery. That is the definition. Like, hey, how much of this cotton? What's your cut of the cotton at the end of the month? 0. What's master's cut of the profit? 100. That's slave.
That's what we in.
Brother, do you know anything about emotional abuse?
Explain it.
Emotional abuse is when you pour all your hurt and pain onto a woman, and just because you can't see her scars, you think it's okay. If I had a conversation with your woman, she'll probably start crying. They tired. They not built to go through.
This nigga he's all fucked up. He's one of these dudes that get into women's heads and in relationships. He'll be knocked the fuck out trying to pull some shit like that with the wrong dude's woman. Like, you're a slave. He's emotionally scarring you.
Through what they're going through with you. She didn't choose you to struggle.
But again, who are you to say that?
Brother, a brother that loves you. And again, I'm trying to give you the cheat code.
Who are you to
If
say
you
that?
put yourself in a position, right?
Joe.
If you have to get 2 jobs. You grind, allow your woman to do what she does in the home.
So while calling her a slave, he's saying that he should work more.
If you have a business idea, you have her nurture that. Hey, baby's going to be a little.
And that's on Mary. Okay, 50-50 is very petty. It's very much so a scam.
Now we're getting into the meat of it. Okay, let me read some comments before we get into this, because somebody said a labor of love is never slavery. Okay, I mean, yeah, if it's if she loves you, absolutely, it's not. And I'm not saying don't do 100% zero. I'm just saying don't compare 50-50 or whatever they got going on to slavery, unless you, because by that logic, you can say the opposite end is slavery.
Fare much better with everybody doing 100. Okay, having too many hands in the pot, bunch of chiefs and enough Indians is always a disaster. Okay, if you really calculate what it costs for most women to get to work between childcare and food and commute costs, and also when it comes to intangible value like her peace of mind, her physical health, her ability to keep up her self-care as a woman, when you really, most of the time, you sit and do them calculations, she really is not even bringing home enough of a profit for her to commute every day, neglect the kids, be too tired to fuck with you afterwards. A lot of times it doesn't even compute as a profit being worth it. Whereas you would get so much further if the man went 100% in his lane and she went 100% in her. Why I don't understand these women that be like, oh my God, I have to live with a man and do all the cooking.
I agree with that. I actually agree with that. Now she's talking about, and that's one thing that this conversation lacks, and many of these conversations lack, and that is there's various different stages in relationships. The stage that she's referring to automatically puts her at wife mother level, like automatically. And yeah, if it can be avoided, then you want to minimize or reduce the amount of labor that a new mother has in the world. And I'm not saying that, oh yeah, you've been a mother 9 years, so you need to get your ass to work. No, I'm saying that after a while, women want to work. They start to get stir crazy. Many of them, they start to get stir crazy. And, you know, like even back in the day, that's why they had Avon ladies. That's why they had Tupperware bitches. That's why they had people like that, because they just like, okay, the kids are becoming more and more self-sufficient. Let me find something to do, which is perfectly fine also. But it's not a static thing. And then there's a stage in life where you have an empty nest. Like it's not a static thing. Like, you know, the whole, oh no, 50-50, you know, because Obsidian is like, you know, we are 100% brothers here. Like, really? You know, you obviously didn't go to college. Like, you know, because I got some top ramen. What, you gonna get half the flavor pack, and we split in half are you getting a whole flavor pack? You know, like, I mean, you start somewhere. And I'm going to talk, as I promised I would, about the economics of it. Let's just give it 5 years, right? 5 years, 50-50, meaning that you meet at 20, you do 50-50, right? You make an average woman's salary, he makes an average man's salary. Rent is $1,000 each, right? Per month. And so what do? You cover, and let's just say rent and utility, like all the bills, right down to you know, Amazon Prime. All the bills come out to $2,000 a month, just for the sake of easy math, right? And he makes an average man income, you know, 50K. You make an average woman income, I think it's like 47 to 48K, right? Something like that. So y'all both are spending a total of 24K on expenses. He's saving your 12K per year. Because if he lived by himself, he would pay $2,000 as opposed to one. So he's saving that. Over 5 years, that's 60K. That's 60K in the pocket. Now you're looking at houses. Now you're strong in the market for houses. Now you can have like a 20% down payment on a house at 25. No more renting for the two of you. And now, because he did a large down payment, which means that he has like a lower, you know, monthly payment on the place that he is going to own, or that he owns rather, that the two of you own, he can relax a little bit, even if he's still making the 50K at that time. He can relax a little bit. Yeah, you could take some time off, focus on the kids, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We got it like that. We build an equity and stuff like that. I was able to come from a stronger position as a result. And keep in mind, the 60K is just what he saved from going 50-50 with you, not to mention everything else he would save on his own. So let's just give like another, say, 40 to that. And let's just say at 25, he got 100K in the bank. He could start a business with, he could buy a house with, but because of you, with your aid and assistance, and not to mention you were saving also, because both of y'all make around 50K, but you're only spending 12. So, not to mention that you were saving also. And then in 5 years, both of y'all, you could almost pay off the house right then and there if you do it right. But what do you want instead of that? You want a situation where he's paying 100% and you're not paying anything. And I'm not talking about you're not working at that time. So out of his 50K, he doesn't have a chance to save anything. So by the time he's 25, he is in debt. And then you say, how am I going to start having kids when you are in debt? You don't have anything saved up. You need to work harder. You need to take another job. You see, the economics of it don't play out. Because she's talking about wife-mother treatment at every stage in the relationship.
All the cleaning. I mean, yeah, what would you rather be doing? Okay. Cooking and cleaning is fun. Love, you get new cleaning product, new recipes, food good. Your family eating good. Women have to learn how to feel good about serving their families and knowing you're investing in their family health, True. Spiritual health, mental health, emotional health, physical health. Okay. Would you rather go be commuting in the morning, commuting at night, sitting in traffic, dealing with harassment at the office, dealing with hating chicks, dealing with men trying to holler at you? Oh, no. Okay. We make so much more progress when everybody go 100% in their lane. Men operate best being 100%
Agreed.
about producing resources. When women go 100% in nurturing their families. Okay. That 50-50 is petty.
Agreed. When you have the family.
Okay. Listen, boo-boo, instead of you sitting here worried about helping me wash the dishes, go get a second job. That's what you do. Okay. Instead of you sitting here, baby, if I was single, I have to clean my whole house by myself anyway. Okay. If I was single, I have to clean by myself anyway. All right. So I'd much rather have to still cook and clean by myself anyway in a house where everything is paid for than having to still cook and clean on your own and pay all the bills on your own in a house. It makes no sense. Women be like, oh, I don't want to be married. I have to do that. Well, go be single and still do all that and have to pay all the bills.
Okay. So we described a situation where a guy pays 50%, where he would be at in 5 years and where she would be at in 5 years. And that is in a nearly paid off house of their own. We described a situation where, two young people get together and he pays 100% and she pays 0. It's going to be an uphill battle. He's basically paying that. Okay. So look at it like this. Let's just round it down to 40K, right? So essentially, when you have a stay-at-home wife whose earning potential is 40K low, in 5 years, having that stay-at-home wife costs the two of you $200,000. Is my math right? Yep. 40K times 5. $200,000. Now she's talking about being single. She might as well stay single. Which means that, and this is where that whole 3 degrees of separation from being a hoe comes in. she's on that I can do bad by myself mentality. And let's just say the rent anywhere would be $2,000, right? I don't know. I haven't looked into rent prices in quite some time, but let's just say the rent where they live is $2,000. That's the best they can do, right? She's happy in a situation, which is probably the majority of her adult life, where he's on one side of town paying $2,000 and she's on the other side of town paying $2,000, saying, at least I'm getting this big chicken. At least I'm getting this big chicken. At least I'm not going 50-50. So basically, you would rather have 100% of nothing than 50% of something. And the reason why she is saying is of that mentality, I would rather have 100% of something than 50% of nothing, is the same reason why they're having this conversation to begin with, and that is because he's getting pussy. So it's looked at as a net advantage for him. And that's why it's a hoe mentality, because she does not want to give up the pussy for free. She would rather pay more to not do that. And that's why all of her analogies in the beginning was as it relates to sex. He needs to pay for pussy. You know, she was saying stuff like that.
Make it make sense. Life is about choices, baby.
Hard for the next 2 years. But if we move like this, we're going to be good. You keep saying, who am I to tell you this? A man that's been in your position. A man that has risen above your circumstances. And I'm coming back down to say, this is what you do. You're not a man until you move like this. Most males will die, never experience what it feels to be a man and to be completely respected by his women and children because he didn't step into that true king place. Brother, it's hard. I understand. It's difficult.
But do you understand, though?
Brother,
do you understand?
Brother, if I didn't understand, I
There's
wouldn't
no
be
way
here
possible
to
you can understand.
Oh, crazy.
No way.
Why do you think that, brother?
Look at you. You on the net flashy. Yeah, man. You're not a man if you're not going 100. Your woman don't love you because you're not paying 100% of your bills.
She can't.
Who's to say that?
Brother, you will never know what it feels like to truly experience your woman until you're able to remove.
Are you with my woman?
Brother.
Are you with my woman, brother? Brother, are you with?
I'm sorry. I can fully conclude there was no man involved in the raising of this man with them shorts on. There's no way. And if there was, boy, he must have been the weakest dude when his mama must have wore the pants. You know, I do consultations with women. We work on plans for what they want in life. Okay. We work with relationships and everything in between. I can't tell you how many women, you know, to their family, she feels as though she doesn't want to make her man feel bad about himself or put the wrong kind of pressure on him. But it's many women who are dying inside, who are hurting inside, and you'll never know it because they're so worried about trying to put on and keep their families together, but they're suffering. So the fact that
Oh God. Janika, you're my little sis, but I cannot stand this chick. I'm gonna translate what she just said. There's a lot of women out there who sacrifice for their family. And they shouldn't. You're sacrificing too much for your family. You need to say fuck that man and fuck them kids. But men, you need to sacrifice for your
thinks that time paying half the bill, fucking cooking, worry about the house. The fact that he thinks that she enjoys it shows how out of touch he is with her. And more women, I guarantee you, they're not married because marriage is for men. Okay. I guarantee you, this man, they're probably boyfriend and girlfriend. And I can almost guarantee you that this woman is paying half the bill, doing everything unmarried.
whole logic. Every time she talks about what's being exchanged here, sex always comes up.
of what are you doing? Why do y'all continue to sit and play house with these men for years? I don't understand it. And you're better off being alone than playing house. This man,
In some cases, yes, but in many cases, no. And that's the problem. See, that is what she's promoting. Most, and when I say most, I'm talking about at least in the 80%. Most situations most relationships start when the two people are together before they get married in a living situation. It starts with the two people being together in a living situation. Shacking, as the religious people call it, playing house. Most relationships start that way, but it doesn't really, and that's why that's why you can't move to the next level, because you can't stand the first level. Problem with women like Six, and this is true for many sex workers, past and present, and even future, is that they are constantly appraising their box. They're constantly appraising their box, always in the back of their mind. They're thinking about how much are they doing sexually and how much are they getting for their sexual act. Constantly. And the guy may not even see it, especially if he's that type, if say he's a gift giver and stuff like that, he's a person that comes home and he buys like a new, necklace or some crap, and she gives a lap dance, all the time, or he gets caught with a person and he does the Kobe Bryant thing, like they are calculating that. Yeah, it's like a credit card, like how it always keeps track of your balance and the interest. That's what they're doing. They can't help but doing that. They cannot help it.
all up in your way, blocking your husband. He need to go.
With my woman,
brother. Listen,
exactly.
what's called you a woman?
You got your woman. I got mine, brother.
Brother, right now you're dealing in high emotions. You're not even allowing me to finish my sentence,
For
brother.
what? You finished your sentence.
Bro, do you like Chinese food?
No.
You like?
So he's the one that questioned his masculinity, but then he said he's emotional. Okay.
Chicken?
No.
So you don't like nothing?
No.
let me give you a gym, right? It's a gym, brother, please.
No, you like chicken.
May you take this with a divine, understanding heart, because I know how sometimes when we get triggered, we can't hear the love in a message because we feel triggered, we feel ashamed. But I'm saying is, if you truly love your woman, right? If you truly care for her, all I'm saying is go hard for her. And you going hard for her won't last. I know some brothers might be like, I live here, my rent's $1,400. I live here, my rent's $2,000. I live here, my rent's $5,000. I understand. But how would you be living if you didn't have that woman? All I'm saying
that's
is
it right there. Okay, that is it right there. Okay,
I agree. But also, how would she be living if she didn't have that man? Once again, if your rent is $2,000 and went down to $1,000, then your life is better with him in it, with that 50-50. It's not 100% better, but it's 50% better. Now, because you are of a whole mindset, what you're thinking, because I could read your whole brain, what you're thinking is that I should get a roommate if it's going to be like that. Now, minus the fact that you'd have to get an extra room, but let's put that aside for a second. And the only difference between that situation and the roommate situation is that you're having sex with him. That's the only difference between, live-in boyfriend and live-in roommate in your mind. And that caveat requires payment of 100% of everything. which is a very hoe adjacent way of thinking.
I have always felt like men who feel like women needing to pay 50-50 on the household bills are men who are trying to cheat the system. Those are men who are trying to jump forward to a certain quality of life that he has not earned yet. Okay, because that's always the question. The question is, wouldn't you as a man already be living in a household on your own? Now, that's my philosophy, is the man covers the household bills. To me, if the woman has extra expenses, like, certain self-care expenses or bills that only benefit her, like her car or her phone or something like that, I can see women carrying their own expenses, but the household expenses should definitely be covered by the man. And ideally, all the expenses should be carried by the man, but at the very least, the household expenses, because I would assume that as a grown adult male, you already had your own home. So it's always been my outlook on this, that any men who have difficulty with a woman living with him but not helping him with the bills is a man where, if he was not with her, would be either having like 3 roommates or living with his mom.
So once again, that's a situation where she's still working, and that's another thing. That's another thing, because she's kind of all over the place. One scenario, she's too tired to work because of all the guys hollering at her, and and having to drive, and the baby. So one instance, she's too tired to work at all. And then in another instance, she is working, but what's hers is hers, and what's yours is ours, type situation. Now, there is logic to the whole, um, hold on right quick. My phone is tripping. Hold on right quick. All right, I'm back. There is logic to the, you were already paying rent and you're not increasing your expenses either. But you're not being a helpmate. See, he's not gaining a helpmate in that situation. You have not improved his life. Because as the person, the one in the jumpsuit was being flippant when he said, how is she doing all of that and working? So if you're working, then you're not helping with anything in his life. So according to him, so by that logic, you're not really helping with anything in his life, but he's helping with everything in your life, because you no longer have to pay household expenses, and you still get to keep your income, just minus the expenses, besides the insignificant ones that you pay for yourself. So the only thing he's getting at that point is, say it with me, say it with me. I'm not going to say it. I'm going to let y'all type it in the chat. Ah, there you go. Raggedy box. That's all he's getting. I don't know if hers is raggedy, but that's all he's getting is box. They cannot escape. They cannot escape this whole. That's why I said 3 degrees of separation from prostitutes. They cannot escape this whole paying for the box thing. They can't. Basically, they're going to have like an Al and Peggy Bundy situation, but In this situation, Al actually wants the box.
Because if you already have your own home, why would you now charge me as the woman to come in and make the home better? Why, if you're already paying everything yourself, already doing everything yourself, why would you then charge the woman rent to come in and give you in-house cat and feed you? And
I'm telling you. And yeah, this is more leveraging the box. I'm telling you, Black women, because they are so close to prostitutes, they put a premium on that box. I'm giving you in-house box. You expect me to come in and give you in-house box in exchange for and pay half the rent? Like, so you would rather pay 100% of your own rent to not give it to me? Now, there's nothing about levels of interest in the guy or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Nope, it's all about in-house box. Now, I want to point out the falseness of her. Remember how in the beginning she was talking cash shit? How in the beginning she was talking cash shit about like, oh yeah, if he has a direction, then I'm going to do this, and big piece of chicken, and this, and put down the cell phone, and this. I'll do all that if he has a direction. But what if that direction is he's saving up to buy a house or saving up to start a business, and he would be able to complete this goal quicker if you were to do this? What if that's the direction he's leading you in? Oh, well, not this box. That is how her mind is working. She's always calculating how much box she's getting versus how much resources she's receiving. She's always on that. You can never freely have sex with a woman like this. The relationship will always end. Having sex with her is being in a situation like this is like having a paid toilet in your house. It's like having a toll booth in your own driveway, to where every time you leave the house, you got to pay. Every time you take the piss, you got to pay. And you're not paying directly, but you'll notice her personality change when you are in arrears. Let's put a whole price on it, right? Like I know she did in her brain. Let's put a whole price on it. And let's just say, for the sake of easy math, because quite frankly, I don't know how much like the going rate for box is. I mean, I know it should vary depending on if it's crackhead, if it's attractive, if it's fat, or so. So let's just put a number on it, and let's just say $100, right? And let's just say you're a guy that wants it every single night, right? Barring, cycles, right? So after 3 years, that is 100,000 sexual encounter. Or excuse me, that's $100,000. Because that's about $1,000 times. So if she looks back in those 3 years and say to herself, he hasn't given me $100,000 worth of resources, $100,000 worth of stuff that I want, that I like. then that is when the relationship starts to decline. If it doesn't just decline automatically right then and there, that's when the relationship starts to decline, and that's when it ends. And then when it does end, she's going to say a lot of stuff, about male ego, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and all this stuff that she, but really what it comes down to is that she wasn't getting the value for her box that she felt that she should have.
Clean up and be a companion to you and bring peace to you. That's wild to me. That wouldn't make no sense. That just mean the man just don't like you, because why are you charging her like you weren't already in here on your own anyway?
And then you say, baby, look, I'm gonna go hard. You stay home. You nurture the children. You nurture the company. I'm gonna focus on bringing in this money. So if you're playing your position and she's playing her position, you won't be struggling for too long. And I'm coming from a place of love, but most men have never been loved by a man.
What I'm hearing you say is overwork myself until I'm dead. I can't know.
Most men have never been loved by a man if they ain't a bar. I'm so glad that we are finally getting to the real root of the problem, because y'all just ran with the whole black woman chose government cheese over y'all argument. And I've said several times that is so offensive to those of us who have fathers who was gone and heard our mother.
Every single mother, every child of a single mother has a father who was gone. That's the definition of being a single mother. One way or another, he was gone. The question is it a matter of did she get someone that, was prone to leave? Did she push him out? Or did he just leave because Brenda had a big old butt? Now, because you all have always been the only ones left behind to tell the story, y'all will tell the story as, oh, yes, he was in Harvard and he had a 4.0 GPA. And right before he became a doctor, right before they gave him the white coat, he left me for a white woman. That's how y'all will tell the story, to anybody that will listen. But the truth of the matter is you wanted some sperm. Because if the man don't pay 100%, then the government will. If the man don't pay 100%, then the government will make that man pay close to that. He's going to pay $20,000 a month. Shout out to Tyrese Gibson. But they gonna get that money. They got to get money for their box. They are the Iron Bank of Bravos. Those of you who watch Lord of the Rings, follow me. So basically you have Westeros, who likes to borrow money from the Iron Bank of Bravos, right? And one day somebody suggested, like, well, what happened if you don't pay them? It was like, well, if you don't pay them, they'll fund your enemies. They'll hire an army of their own to, attack, but they gonna get their money. They always get their money. That is the way she looks at it, because she looks at that thing between her legs as a business, as a commodity, rather. And she's business minded with that commodity. And under no circumstances, and this is the slaughterhouse that Obsidian will have you niggas walk into. This is the slaughterhouse. Under no circumstances do you get with or stay with a woman like this. Obsidian don't care as long as he gets box, because he's not used to having it. No matter what she looked like. And that's the reason why it is what it is. But, do you get with or stay with a woman like this? Under no circumstances whatsoever. Why? Because she's short-sighted. She do look good with those glasses. She's short-sighted. Let me show y'all what I mean when I say short-sighted. Let me just show y'all what I mean. All right, hit that like button if you haven't already. Thank you, thank you. Hit that like button. All right, let me open up another YouTube window. And I'm going to show y'all exactly what I mean. Oh crap, I'm missing somebody else's show I want to see. All right, let me hurry up here and do this. All right, so this is for the people who didn't see the beginning of the show, and for those of you who seen it but need a refresher. All right, so all right, look at your screen for a second. This situation here. Now, this is the life story of a couple when they were young. Little girl, little boy. Boy meets girl. When we were dating. When we were dating. When we were dating. Got married. Got married. Blessed us with our first child. And there you go. I think this is the end of their story, right? This is the end of their story. No, there's no punchline. But here's my point, Kevin Murray. That is the reward. Being with somebody that makes you happy and having a kid that is also happy because the happiness that the two of you experience spills over into the kids. That is what's in it for you. So while this chick is like, I'm giving you box, what am I getting? You don't want to deal with women like that because they don't see value in family. They don't see value in healthy families. This is the type of woman that I have like a bunch of kids and, you know, and they all come to visit her on Mother's Day when she's 80 years old. And she just looks back and say, I gave that man 60 years of box. And what has he given me? And they like not even noticing the kids and grandkids and stuff. And they're all well adjusted because they have, you know, two-parent households and stuff like that, you know, in all of that. No, she's like, where is my bag? Where is the stuff that I get? You can't build anything with a woman like that because she's built to consume resources. I mean, all women are built to consume resources, but they're also built to use it to the betterment of the family. She sees no value in family. That's why she's confused about what does a woman get in a situation that could start off 50-50. You can't function in any relationship when you're constantly, you know, running up a tab. Oh, my bad. My bad. I was playing it, but I didn't have it shared. So let me. Let me share it again. Then let me go back some.
Position, you won't be struggling for too long. And I'm coming from a place of love, but most men have never been loved by a man.
What I'm hearing you say is overwork myself until I'm dead. I can't know.
Most men have never been loved by a man if they in a bar. I'm so glad that we are finally getting to the real root of the problem, because y'all just ran with the whole black women chose government cheese over y'all argument. And I've said several times that is so offensive to those of us who have fathers who was gone and heard our mothers wanting them to be involved, wanting their help, and they refused to. They made white women and put crack, made white women legal and put crack in the community, baby, they was gone. And I love that we have brothers now being more honest.
She just said made white women legal. Now, there was some brother in the chat room giving me pushback when I was telling them how they hate that Jim Crow ended because it gave black men a new level of confidence. They can literally hold their head up, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I was saying that. If you didn't hear that, listen to the replay again. Hit the like button. When that happened, when Martin Luther King was saying, free at last, thank God Almighty, we free at last. What they heard was, they could fuck white ass, they could fuck white ass. Oh, Lord, hell no, they could fuck white ass. That's what they heard. That's what they heard in the, I have a dream that little black boys and little white girls can play together in a spirit of harmony. Like, whoa, wait, what? Look on her face. She's like, oh no, I don't have that dream. I don't have that dream. You see this, right? And why is that? Because 3 degrees of separation from hoes. And what do people with commodities hate? I'll give y'all a second to answer. I'm going to give y'all a second to think about it. Think about it. Use your brain. Think about it. I'll give you a second. To think about it. All right. Nobody has the answer. People with a commodity hates. Oh, right before I was about to say it. There you go. Thank you. Okay, we got 2 people. There you go. Correct. Ding, ding, ding. Correct answer. They hate competition, which is why there are Crips and Bloods. There's a hatred for competition. That opened up new competition. Now, you're thinking like it's only competition if the white women are hoes too. No. Here's the thing about hoe mentality, because understand this. Black men are also 3 degrees of separation from a hoe. Or at least 4. But if you know a woman, who's 3 degrees, then you're 4. You're 3 also. But here's the thing. Hit that like button. Wives are competition to hoes. Wives are looked at as a free source of what they are charging for. Now, hoes that get with Johns that are married, what they're thinking to themselves is they can charge more if he wasn't because he's really paying her for variety. He's paying her for um something new, something different than what he has at home. But he has something at home. Now, if he didn't have something at home, then I could charge more. Now, desegregation and miscegenation really is more about Black men now can marry more women. They can actually escape the whole mentality. And that's what they truly fear.
Honest, that especially when it comes to the boomer generation, like the millennial men have made so much progress. And I think it's because most of them had no fathers and they've decided they won't do that with their children. But boy, them boomer parents, oh, most of them men was not there. And that's just what it is. So I love that we're finally being honest and saying, yeah, most men have not been loved by a man because the first men are supposed to love you should have been your father.
Yeah, you're right. It's a strange coincidence that the generation where Reagan got rid of no-fault divorce had a influx of out of wedlock, or excuse me, of men that weren't there. It is interesting that once welfare became available to Black women en masse, that's when there was an influx of absentee father. That's just a coincidence, though. Kind of like if they said insurance companies will no longer investigate. You no longer need a police report for stolen vehicles. If you say it's stolen, then they'll just give you the money. Like, oh, wow. So many more cars are all of a sudden reported stolen now. Like, yeah, you just tell us your car is stolen and we'll pay you. It's like, oh, yeah. Oh, you could just tell them that you could just tell them that you wound up pregnant and we'll pay you. The boomer men. Like, really? You don't see the correlation there? You don't see that. You don't see the correlation between welfare benefits and all of a sudden an influx of absentee fathers. You don't see that. That's mighty convenient. Reminds me of a skit from The Simpsons when Ned Flanders was principal, and then Bart said, and then Ned said to Bart, he was like, "You were in the principal's office every day, and you seem to come in here twice. You seem to come in twice a day ever since I had butterscotch on my desk." D. Scott, thank you for being a channel member for 8 months. By the way, go ahead and become a channel member where you get exclusive access to videos that are made just for members. And you will also be supporting Black male media because nobody else will. There's no welfare for Black men. So 100% support comes from you guys. Appreciate you. All right. So he says minutes behind tracksuit is dirty macking. Absolutely. Absolutely. Degradation of competition. Absolutely. All right. Who's goofy? I'm not going to research that. All right. Let me see.
So that explains why men cannot sit and have conflict resolution amongst each other, because even brothers try to handle a conflict with you in love, you can't receive it. You're too old to learn how to receive love from a man now when you're grown. It needs to be instilled from diapers. So I'm glad that we finally speaking the truth on majority of men who were not there. Okay, we all see now, and like he's seeing, and how a lot of these men are moving in their adulthood, we are seeing the proof of the lack of men that were present. And now we're starting to tell the truth so that we can actually make progress. Let's talk about, we chose government cheese. Stop it. Stop. Just stop.
No longer enjoy this woman. That's what you're saying.
Is your family worth that?
That's what you're saying.
Is your family worth going to war for?
Of course.
So, brother, you taking on another job to provide for your family's every need.
But if I continue to work like that, I won't be able to enjoy my family.
Man, brother, your family wasn't created for your enjoyment.
Woo.
They were created for you to lead them and guide them to be
Woo,
a better.
woo. See, we are in such a foo-foo, fluffy world.
Okay. This dude is out of control. Because what if you enjoy leading and guiding them? He's very short-sighted. They weren't meant for you to enjoy. They were meant for you to lead and guide. I enjoy leading and guiding them. But I won't be there for that either. If I'm working 16 hours a day, then I won't be there to lead and guide my family, which I enjoy. Dude in the shorts definitely lacked debate skills, even though he does have a strong topic. It's just poorly argued.
We think everything's about love and I want to be able to have fun. I want to be able to enjoy. Fun is for kids. Honestly, once you're no longer a kid, fun is out the window. Fun becomes a luxury. And that's just a reality. Okay. All this.
Do y'all hear this chick? Oh my God. Let me do this. Let me play that part again. As a backdrop to something else. While I'm getting that ready, I want y'all to hit the like button. I want y'all to hit the like button, and I want y'all to hear her mentality compared to what I'm about to show y'all, because this is disgusting. This is disgusting. Hold on. Okay, because I'm not going to play the music of this, but what I am going to do is I'm going to play this, and then I'm going to have you listen to her. Y'all see what I did there, right? That is hilarious. That is hilarious. How she's talking bad about enjoying life, while this woman here obviously sees the benefit. This man here obviously sees the benefit of enjoying life. Now, I want to talk back to when she compared slavery to the wife having to work and cook and clean. Even though single women work and cook and clean. Well, they don't cook, but even though single women work and clean. That's slavery. She's working and she's cleaning and she's cooking. That's slavery. But you're supposed to work 2 jobs and you're not supposed to have fun. You're supposed to lead your family while you're not there somehow. And while you're gone, she is literally living without a man in the house. She is literally living like she's on welfare. Oh, and by the way, when she talks about how the millennial men are different, that's because they reformed welfare in the late 90s, or I think 2000. It was either 96 or 2000. But they reformed welfare to where a chick can't sit on it for 18 years and then, or for 17 years, then have another kid and then sit on it for another 17 years. They reformed welfare.
I love this. This is so fresh.
Her position in you. This is for your lineage, not just for your personal emotions right now. And sometimes as men, we feel neglected. Sometimes as men, we feel neglected.
You're a funny guy. You know why? You're a funny guy.
Oh, praise
because at the end of the day, it's a family. You know, we supposed to be together, laugh, smile, pray together. Not me overwork myself till I have a heart attack.
But who's supposed to sacrifice?
What do you mean?
Who's
So you see, you know, women do stuff like this. You tell a woman the man get the first plate and she goes say some dramatic, stupid stuff to offset that.
Nah. Don't put this on a situation where you are given an imaginary piece of big chicken and try to re-solidify yourself as a pick-me. Oh, yeah, you know, women act like that because they avoid giving up the big chicken. No, I don't want to hear that crap. He is not exaggerating. This nigga just said that, you know, you're not supposed to enjoy your family. You're supposed to lead and protect them. Like, you can't do both. And what he's saying is, you're crazy for saying that a man isn't supposed to enjoy his family. And he's like, you're supposed to sacrifice for them. I agree when it's called for, but that's not the primary go-to thing.
The argument, like, the man gets his plate first. So are you saying that my kids just starve to death so I feed this man so he don't leave me? Women do that. Hoes do that. Hoes sit in when you have a very valid point filled with logic. That's what they do. They go pull the most dramatic analogy out their ass to try to discredit the argument because they can't. And that's what he's doing. Okay, he's telling him you and man need to work, lead, provide. He's talking about, so I'm just supposed to work till I.
But you see, he didn't just say work, because the man already works. He said get a second job. He's saying work twice as much for half the time with your family. And the reason to do that is not because your family would die otherwise, because if that was the case, then absolutely do it. He's saying that, and first of all, we don't even know if there's a family involved. You know, this could be just for her. But he's saying work twice as much so she don't have to.
I die and have a heart attack. Stop it. Stop it. This is very unbecoming. All this you doing is not unbecoming. Keep it player. Like, you ain't keeping it player at all. It's not good.
Did she just say not unbecoming? Huh. Okay.
That dramatic stuff is, you know, I don't like that. Women do that. Like, can we stay on the subject? This man is giving you valid points with examples. And instead of giving us some type of examples that actually prove your side of the story, everything is these dramatic.
He didn't give an example. He just lectured a man on how he should live. Then when she gets a second job, then when he gets a second job and is never home, she'll complain that he's never around to help with the kids. Absolutely. And when she eventually leaves him, she'll say it's because you're never around.
Comebacks that are very unbecoming.
Family can strive, brother.
I'm already sacrificing.
What's that?
What do you mean?
8 hours while your woman is sacrificing 8 hours, coming home, having sex with you, cleaning, cooking, taking care of the children.
Why is it always sex with these people? Okay, so apparently he does have children, unless that's part of what he's doing. But yeah, I think he's just making up stuff, and dude is letting him get away with it because before she was working 16 hours a day. So your 8 hours a day at work isn't enough.
Don't make my woman do anything that she does, brother.
What you mean? You don't have to. It's in a woman to make sure that her man,
And
that
if
her
she said,
And see, this is where it all come back to, you know, whatever you allow in a man is what he will let continue. You know what I'm saying? People will sit and be burning you at the stake and say you were just looking to get and have a nice sauna visit. If you don't tell them you didn't want that and that it was hurting you. So whoever is with this male should not be with him. Whoever this woman is.
I thought it was about black relationships. Now you're saying that she shouldn't be with him. Thought you were about black relationships. Now you're trying to end one. Now you're suggesting that one ends. Whoever this woman is, she shouldn't be with him. See, let me tell you why she hates that woman. Because as she said earlier in the video, he should be buying pussy. They see married men as lost customers. I'll never forget. I'll never forget. I don't know if I was a teenager or I was like, you know, somewhere 10, 12, somewhere around that age, right? There was there's a store. There was one of those like Chinese stores close to where I live that I always go to because it's in walking distance. And I got a candy bar from somewhere that wasn't that store. You know, it could have been that my dad got it for me or something. I got a Milky Way. My dad got it for me from when we got groceries, and you know, I just ate it later, right? But I walked into his store with the candy bar to buy something else. Don't know what it was, but did it to buy something else. And he looked at the candy bar and he looked at me like I stole from him. So this dude, now keep in mind that he's not a poor man. It was a decent sized store, you know. So yeah, he's doing well for himself. Oh, and his wife works the store because they're normal fucking human beings. Some days he's there, some days his wife is there. Some days he's in the back taking in a shipment or something like that, you know, while his wife is on the register and his son and his daughter sometime. And oh God. Yeah, let's not get into like all the immigrant families. Like half the time you go into a family business, it's the wife at the register and it's the husband, it's the Asian husband in the back baking the donuts. Let's not go into that. But anyway, he looked at that candy bar like I cheated on him. Now keep in mind, this back in the day when it was like 50 cents for a candy bar. But he didn't like that. He didn't like that. You know, like on Belly. I don't like that shit. I don't like that shit. She sees this marriage. She sees this arrangement where this guy is having sex on the free. And she's like, I don't like that. I don't like that. Men need to pay for box. Anything shy of men paying an exorbitant amount of money for box is blasphemy. It is. She do not understand happiness outside of a man paying for box directly or indirectly.
Is with the brother in the shorts is a.
And this is why I said Danica will agree with me, because she just called this dude's wife a pick-me. Danica Marie is a proud pick-me. I'm be honest, I think that they're friends just out of loyalty momentum, but Danica Marie is a proud pick-me. And when she first got with her now husband, that she is happy with, that does get the big piece of chicken, he was not paying 100%. So just to be clear, that's how many relationships start. Danica is a proud pick me, and she got picked. Just like this man's wife. And you think that they should end.
The issue. He has convinced himself that as a little girl, you thought to yourself, when I grow up, I'm going to get married to a man that make be the girlfriend of a man that make $14 an hour, and I'm going to work full time and come home.
Once again, there's different stages of relationships. And some stages in relationships is $14 an hour. For me, it was $4 an hour. I came of age in the 90s. That's what minimum wage was in Cali. $4.25. And that 25 cents did mean a lot back then. But no, they're not dreaming that that's what he makes for the duration of his life.
Back. Then after he works his 8-hour shift, I'm going to make him some food and please. But sis got him over here thinking he cool with it. You know, pick me, stand up. Say it with your chest. Like, stand up for yourself, sis.
She's talking about her friend.
Want to cook today? I'm gonna say, okay, that's fine.
Okay. Okay, brother.
So yeah, who
you gonna do? Take out, especially these days. You can expect to pay at least $50 these days. I ain't gonna hold you. Especially if you order some DoorDash, Uber Eats, you can expect a good 50.
Why would he order DoorDash or Uber Eats? You know, millions of people run households on a budget, right?
So I don't get, if she didn't want to cook, she wouldn't have to. Shouldn't be. What you gonna eat? SpaghettiOs? Must be.
not going 100.
Okay. Yeah, some people eat SpaghettiOs. That's why SpaghettiOs exist. And this goes back to what I was saying, that it's a different definition of 100%. Because she could claim that she's just out looking for a 100% guy, but if that 100% guy serves SpaghettiOs any day, then, you know, she's going to have problems.
What do you consider a man?
What do you mean?
What is a man to you?
A man that gets up, goes to work. A woman that gives his woman what he can, provides for his family what he can.
Okay. But that doesn't sound like a man. That sounds like a boy trapped in a man's body, because a man doesn't make.
If that, whoever woman he with, I would be giving him.
What he gave was a sound definition. So you're not a man if you do those things?
Half pussy. I would be giving him half pussy.
And when she said this, Obsidian gave the retardedest laugh I ever heard. He thought that this was the funniest thing ever. He really did. A woman leveraging box to get provisions out of a man is funny to the founder of the Black Manosphere? Really? Ha ha ha! You only deserve half, nigga. You spent the plurality of your late teens, 20s, and 30s never taking a vacation, never getting any. And now that you finally get some super chat monies, you're like, ha ha ha, everybody else that was how I was the majority of my adult life. Ha 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 on you. Are you kidding me? You got to pay to play. Like, yeah, you're playing all right, and your prize is okay.
Okay, I would wait until he was halfway through and then stop and be like, "That's all I could do."
And remember what I told you? Remember when I told you that she is calculating the cost of pussy in her mind during the relationship? This is an example of that. He didn't pay enough, so it stopped. You know, kind of like if you had a strip club and you pay for a lap dance, and I don't know if they go by minutes or the song. I had the lap dance before, but where I did it, it was a room and a light pops on. You put the money in the machine, and it gives you a certain amount of time, and then when that time is up, the light turns on, and that means that the dance is over. That is how she views pussy in a relationship. You pay, and then you get however many minutes of pussy you pay for. 3 degrees of separation from a hoe. And I know she's far less than 3. I know this because she was a stripper. And that mentality don't always leave women. In fact, it seldom does.
Good night. That's what I would do. I don't have time. I mirror the man. Okay, whatever the man on, I'm on that too. Okay, I'm following your lead, baby. You want to see?
If you're following his lead, and he leads you in a direction, like I say, if he's looking to save money to buy a house younger, so by the time y'all are in the stage of having kids, you don't have to work, then this would be the best way to do that. Oh, yes, I'm going to follow you as long as you are paying me, and I am only have to do the things that I was going to do anyway.
Here and stop at 8 hours a day, when honestly, if you're making 14 an hour, you should definitely have a second job, a weekend job, something. So if you want to sit and hit me with the bread I could do, I would give him half coochie and halfway through roll over and like, I did what I can. Imagine if we all just did what we can. I hate when people say that. I did the best I could. Shut up. What if the best you can do ain't good enough? What the?
Okay. He's making $14 an hour. Then he gets drafted by the Bulls, and then he's Michael Jordan. And why did they leave for white girls? Bitch, you wasn't there. You wasn't there when he made $14 an hour.
The best you can do is not enough. What happens then? We need to stop with all that. A man do what he can. Or imagine if we all operated on doing what we can. God help us all.
Excuses. We don't do what we
Where
can.
were
We
the
do what we want. We don't do what we
Where
can.
were the
We do what we
excuses
want.
at, brother?
We do not do what we can. We do what we are a reflection of God, brother. A man is a reflection of God.
Correct.
A man does for his family what he wants. A man puts in real work. A man wakes up just to serve.
All right, he's confused me now because now he's just talking. A man does what he wants. So a man wants to work 16 hours a day? Because that's what you were suggesting that he do earlier. Earlier he said it's not about happiness. But if a person wants to be happy and they do what they want. I mean, if a person's doing what they want and they want to be happy, then this is not making sense. He's just saying shit.
Serve God and his family, brother.
Let me ask you a question, brother.
And for you to die for your family tired is a problem.
Let me ask you a question, brother.
Yes, brother.
When you get paid,
Praises.
and you paying 100%, what do you do for your
That man said for you to die tired for your family is a privilege. Boy, there are so many bars in here. I'm in jail.
Oh my God. He said the women were slaves. He said the women were slaves. Now he's saying the women are slaves if they have to work 16 hours a day. Now he's saying that the men should be working 16 hours a day. And it's an honor to die working for your family. Can't make this up. And she co-signs it. She co-signs it. You see, I'm a fan of Star Trek. Obviously, I am a nerd. And one thing I'm curious about, because this isn't in any of the shows or the books, are there any retarded Klingons? Because I think that if a Klingon was retarded, he would say exactly what this person is saying.
Boy, there's so many bars in here. I'm in the feds at this point, my brother.
And she is just, I want you to die. I want you to work to death while I don't work at all. Listen, that is something that should not be championed and it should not be encouraged. And it's something that should be avoided at all costs. This woman is extremely dangerous, extremely sexy, extremely dangerous, extremely. See, the women like this is the reason why there's violence in the Black community. When they get a Black man killed over some dumb shit that they set up, you know, like on Colors when they killed the whole gang because Rocket's girl was screwing another dude and she was talking crap like, y'all need to go kill the cop. Y'all need to get Pac-Man. And then the other gang snitched on it. And then it started this whole war. And she still lived. And she's like, it is a great honor the way they died for my pussy that I was given to somebody else. Helena Troy just looked at Troy and was like, they died honorably. That was a great honor. Their definition of masculinity is you dead.
Well, if that would see that level of manhood, that sacrificial level of manhood is not a thing anymore. Okay, too many men are comparing. Well, the woman get to do that. What do I get to do? It's too much of that. That mentality right there, that mentality of a man, it's an honor to die. If you are tired, taking care of your family, it's an honor to die tired for your family. They're not ready for that level of manhood. This is going, you know what I'm saying? This brother is putting these pearls before swine. I don't think that man even understands what's happening here. He has a foo-foo Disney princess, okay, method of manhood, Disney prince. He doesn't even understand what's going on.
Brother.
Okay, but you have a Disney princess view on womanhood. Except that view, first of all, princes don't work 16 hours a day and die. So you're saying that he should have a Disney peasant view of family structure. Now, all this in the backdrop of her saying that we need men in the house. And by in the house, I mean working, 16 hours a day and on the weekends.
What do you do for yourself, brother?
When you have a wife and you're taking care of this great woman, because you chose her.
Correct.
So you're going to choose a great wife. You're not going to choose a evil wife unless you're an evil man. And when you're doing for this woman 100%, guess what this good, loving, nurturing woman going to do for you? She'll nurture you 100%. Now she's going to softer, brother. Your food tastes better because it's filled with love. You're not looking at your woman tired. You're not looking at
your food tastes better because it's filled with love. This nigga is retarded. Retarded Klingons. Retarded Klingons. So basically, you're working 16 hours a day, and now your food tastes like love. So that extra 8 hours of work comes with the love flavoring. Now it's really Lowry's seasoned salt, but she called it love.
your woman crying because she's exhausted. You see your woman smiling, having a patience, divine understanding to play and be with the children. She's not impatient, brother. So all I'm saying, I understand your frustrations. I know it's hard out here for men. I understand it. But you got to become more stronger and more harder than your circumstances. So if one job isn't taking care of your family, get another one. And if that one doesn't take care of your family, get another one. And tell your wife this is the plan.
Is he saying that the one job isn't taking care of his family?
I'm going to go hard for 2 years, 3 years, but this is the plan. And if we execute this, if you nurture this correctly with the knowledge and information that I give you, we'll be successful when we get out of the situation. So again, brother, I'm just a man.
Boy, he eat his ass up and leaving not a crumb, baby. When a man sits you down and look at you and he's like, okay, listen, baby, this is the plan. All right. We're gonna do this on this day. All right, by this month, we're gonna go here, we're gonna do that. Okay, so in this month, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna start getting when a man sit down and give you a plan like that, all you can do as a woman is melt inside.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. So man tells you, like, okay, we both work. We both met at work. We both work in the mailroom at such and such, and we make this amount. This is the economic plan. It requires that you pay this amount, you pay half, and I pay the other half. We both save, and then in 4 years I'll graduate college, and we'll have enough money to pay off both of our student loans, and we'll have a nice little nest egg to start our own business. That is our 5-year plan. You will be out so fucking quick. When a man has a plan, it just turns. Shut the fuck up. It's not a plan, it's your plan. It's your plan. When a man has your plan, what's your plan? A man comes to you and say, oh, but if a man comes to you and say this plan, you all for it. Oh, well, the plan is I give you money and I fuck you. Basically, I pay for 100% of everything. And all the money that you make is purely profit, yours, for you to do whatever you want. And in return, I have in-house pussy until you've saved up enough money to buy your own home and leave. But so that's my plan. Now, when he presents that plan to you, you don't ask, how does he get his money? How are you going to make your money? Oh, well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to elementary school, smack kids around and take their lunch money. And I'm just going to do this every day until I get caught and go to jail. Like, you're like, oh, okay, as long as that money come to me. And when you go to jail, I'll just find another dude. Yeah, I'm gonna get this money because I'm gonna sell crack. I'm gonna sell crack. You know who she is? You know who she is? Hold on. I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna show y'all exactly who she is. Hit the like button. There she go. There she go. No, trap queens actually work. They work in the trap house. There she go. This is Keisha. Keisha from a movie, Belly. Keisha didn't do anything but fuck buns. Rest in peace, DMX. When guys came home from a fresh murder, she just laid there, came out and said, I'm trying to get some sleep. You just killed a bunch of innocent black men to get this money to fund my lifestyle so I don't have to do anything but fuck you. And you're making a lot of noise. When the feds come for you, I am going to snitch on you. It is an honor to go to jail supporting me. When Method Man attacks me over the stuff that you did, I am going to say, look at my face. I can't believe you harmed my face. You are to go out and go to jail and die for what you see here. And it is a great honor. That is her mentality. So miss me with this plan. I follow his plan. No, you follow your own plan. And if his plan just so happened to match yours, like the brothers in the jumpsuit plan matches yours, then that's when you get turned on. Then and only then.
And as he's sitting there telling you the plan, maybe half the time you don't even hear the plan because you're just sitting there like, what else? Your coochie just.
You have never sat there like that ever. You have never sat like that ever.
Melting off while he's sitting there and telling you the plan. Honey, we love that. And so, yes, more and more increase. Like you said, half of these girls, it's like, I work full time. I pay half the bills. Yeah, and I still cook and clean. And baby, you look tired. Okay, baby, your skin is messed up. Okay, honey, I could tell. I work full time and I pay half the bills. And it looked like it. We can see it. Okay, that's why you got to wear 20 pounds of makeup. That's why you got to wear a wig, honey, because we can see it under your eyes. I'm going to be honest with you. Them women that are like that, be the main women talk about, I ain't got time to work out. I ain't got time to do my makeup. I ain't got time to do my hair. We could tell. Because a woman, what he's saying is when a woman is properly covered and guided and led, everything does get better.
When a woman is properly pampered is what she means. How come the only leadership of a man you seem to follow is him leading you to luxury?
You ain't had no good coochie. So you have some from a woman that trusts you and that you are properly leading with a plan and have given her a real commitment. Baby, you ain't had no coochie like that coochie.
You ain't had no dick till you been married, bitch. You ain't had no, what the fuck? So really, that means you never gave good coochie. Jesus. That cadence was fire. Toxic positivity, I guess. Yeah.
What? You might never had no food from a woman who is covered, where she can't look forward to.
These bitches, they're constantly trying to sell you on some pussy and food. If you do this, you'll get this. Like, what the fuck? The food will taste better and the pussy will be better. They're constantly trying to sell you on this. For thousands of dollars a month, you get good food and pussy. Hoe mentality.
I look forward to making this meal for my family. And that's why, man, like the brother in the shorts, that's why I say I think most of this conversation is really going over his head, because this is the type of thing where it's like, baby, if you know, you know. Okay, if you know, you know. If not, you better find out.
Man that loves you. The majority of us men have never had fathers. And if we did have fathers, they weren't strong.
Ooh.
We've never seen our mothers love correctly.
Ooh.
So we're repeating what we've seen. We've seen women go hard for so long, we believe.
He's one of these Mr. Let Go style full of shit niggas.
It's in their nature to go hard. The queen should never be in the battlefield.
But you're still in no place to say that a man is not a man because he's not paying 100%.
So what do you consider that, brother? Because a man is a provider.
Of course he is.
A provider 100%, brother. You can't do 50% of your job and tell me that you're a provider. You're trying to provide. So you're trying to be a
So what do you
man.
think about 70-30? Since 50-50 is an issue.
Brother, do you need your woman to provide for you 30% of the time? Or are you that excuse my language, are you that weak of a man that you can't provide for your
So
family?
once again, I'm not a man and I'm weak because I'm not paying 100%.
Brother,
It's hard out
See,
there.
when a man is hearing a truth about himself, or when he's hearing something that is a superficial feeding to his ego, he tends to single that part of a conversation out. You know, this man just is speaking on the bigger picture here, and the only thing he hears is, so you saying I'm not a man? Can you get out your ego and kind of calm down a little bit so we get past that realization you're having? And the reason why that's all you're hearing is because you know that until you get that.
It's what he's hearing because he is a motherfucking man. And you need to check niggas for saying he's not a man. See, she wants him to let that shit go. And then she's going to sit there and pretend to get moist over the fact of how he's checking him. So this nigga, he's microaggressing. So he aggresses, talking reckless. And then if he don't say anything like, oh yeah, he checked him. He like a little boy sitting there. This dude is spitting bars. He's checking him. And then if he do say something, oh, he all in his feelings. Shut the fuck up.
Together, everything else this man is saying to you, you can't do. So that's why the minute he said, that's weak, that's why you're just crumbling. If it wasn't true, it wouldn't bother you like that. It bothered you because you know it's true and you was not ready to face that yet. That's why even though he's making valid points, you're only responding to the most low vibrational, lowest common denominator that he's speaking on. You're not listening to the bigger picture he's saying. That ego, I tell my ladies all the time, a man cannot serve an ego and his family. He cannot. If a man is still a...
Ain't that a bitch? See, once again, with these chameleon types, and it's very easy with her. There are some chameleons who are very good at chameleoning. But with her, it's easy as fuck. A man cannot serve his ego and his family. A man is a servant in his family. He's not king of the castle. He's not the leader. See, that's what she was saying before her mask slip. But no, he's a servant to the family. He's just that thing that works 16 hours a day until he dies. He's a servant to a family. He serves his family until he dies. And he's not to have an ego. Now, I'll give y'all a chance to answer this. What do you call a person that works from sun up to sundown, who you can say anything to, you can talk all kind of shit to, because he doesn't have an ego? What do you call a man in that situation? Done. Slave. You call that person a slave. Let's continue.
Slave to his ego, he can never be a good partner, because protecting that fake world of his ego, that invisible peanut gallery of Negroes judging him like, so you just gonna do that, you just gonna let talk do that, you just gonna do that. That invisible peanut gallery, that's the male's ego. Oh, so you ain't gonna do that? You gonna let him talk to you like that? Oh, so you gonna let her do that? Oh, so you just gonna the invisible.
No, she basically saying, don't listen to your boys, listen to me. Listen at the listen here. Let me slow it down. We got to hear this. We got to examine this shit.
Negroes judging him like, so you just gonna do that? You just gonna let talk do that? You just gonna do that? That invisible.
You just gonna let her talk to you like that? You just gonna let her talk? So basically, what she's saying, listen me and listen me good. God, I wish you share this, because y'all need to hear this. And by share it, you don't have to actually just share the video. That would be nice, but no, share the logic. What this bitch is saying is that, listen, if I'm telling a person something, it's because I want him to have respect for himself. And she calls that ego, fragile ego. You gonna let her speak to you like that? I would say that to any, like, listen, you are a man. You are not to be disrespected in that way. That's why I have a channel, to let brothers who don't know, because your mama's not going to teach you, especially if your mama's like this bitch, to let you know there is a certain level of respect that you should require from those you have any dealing with whatsoever. She should not be talking to you like that. And I'm not talking on some Dave Chappelle when keeping it real goes wrong. You know, no, you certain things you do not let slide. Certain times you need to say, look, I'm not going to tolerate this shit. You fucking whore. And if it's a dude, that bumps into you, if a white dude just bumped into you and say, watch where you're going, nigger. And somebody come along like, hey, you might need to handle that. Oh, why are you in your ego? Fuck what you talking about. And fuck your interpretation of what a man should do. This is not the, shout out to R. Kelly. Or no, not R. Kelly. Shout out to Mr. Biggs. Shut up! Don't you see two men are talking? But thought I told your ass to keep on walking. But then let somebody let it happen to you though. Then that's when it's okay to have an ego, right? That's when it's okay to have an ego. A man looks at your titties for 3 seconds, on the street when you got him out. And you like, oh, you gonna let him disrespect me like that? Oh, I thought we shouldn't be listening to people gas you. Shut the fuck up.
Visible peanut gallery. That's the male's ego. Oh, so you ain't gonna do that? You gonna let him talk to you like that? Oh, so you gonna let her do that? Oh, so you just gonna the invisible peanut gallery. If he still is a slave to that invisible peanut gallery, he can never be a good partner. A man have to.
You're right, because he can't have two masters, and that is what she's really thinking. You see, you got to learn how to read chicks like this brain. He is a servant of his family, not you. And by his family, I mean me. I am his family. Even though I've never actually been a man's family. But when I am his family, which means he is a servant of me. And he can't serve his own ego, his own sense of pride and self-worth while serving me. Don't listen to the thoughts in your head, the invisible peanut gallery in your head. You listen to the invisible peanut gallery that is in my head. My brain tells you what to do, not your own. By the way, she calls brains invisible peanut galleries. My brain tells you what to do, not yours. And my brain tells you to work all day to keep me, or work 16 hours a day to keep me comfortable, then die honorably.
Divorce his ego before he can marry a woman.
But brother,
what man says it's hard?
the ones that know it is.
The ones that. So what about the men that are taking care of the women? What separates you from this man?
They're just at that point already.
They're at that.
So
point
when I'm
already.
at that point, guess what? It's a different
Are
story.
you striving to take care of your woman 100%?
Who's to say I'm not?
I'm asking.
But
are
you can't say I'm not.
Oh, praise.
You're there saying,
Are
oh
you-
yeah, man,
brother,
you gotta pay.
brother,
I'm striving for it.
Are you
I'm striving for it.
So you're not the brothers I'm talking about.
But it seemed like you
I'm
just
talking
on
about-
every brother.
Brother, I'm talking about the men.
You on every brother.
Man, all praises to the Most High.
You know, you seen men in society, right? Nobody want to hear that bullshit, Sharif.
Hey, brother. You
You
know,
know?
sometimes, brother, we just got to give all praise due to the Most High and be mindful of some of the things that come out of our mouths. So if I offended you,
That didn't make any damn sense. He just randomly brought God out.
in any way, shape, or form, I apologize. But brother, a man is one
Everything before the word but is bullshit.
that can uplift his family as a whole, or is striving like yourself to do that. I'm talking about the men that are comfortable living off of women. And most men are triggered because they gotten comfortable.
It's not living off of her if it's 50-50.
Allowing women to provide for them, brother. They're not looking for wives. They're looking for mother figures.
She's not providing for them if it's 50-50.
And the sad part, our women are the ones that turn these men the way they are. But
Yep.
why do they do that? Because they've never had a strong man to lead them.
Absolutely. They have no idea that when you baby your son, that's why, like, for what he's saying about men being comfortable, take it from a woman. Only a man that was not raised with a man would ever be able to look himself in the mirror and sleep at night after taking money from a woman. It will never happen.
I'm not even going to mention pimps, but I'm pretty sure you know them very well. And I will say this because I've seen this part, but on Obsidian's channel, and I couldn't help but laugh when he was agreeing to this, knowing that this nigga takes women's super chats and cash apps and shit like that, knowing that this nigga take they bread all the time. You know, I mean, this nigga's almost completely charity, but I mean, for him to say that, I was like, wow. Because you took a whole bunch of Danika's donations and stabbed her in the back afterwards. Just saying, you know, just point that out there. So yeah. And you felt mighty comfortable doing it.
I'm telling y'all right now. And the only way it could maybe happen if he's been consistently providing for a significant amount of time and some crazy situation happened, and maybe he might accept some money from his wife for a short period of time. And even then, he's going to feel less of a man and wake up every day ready to get back on his feet. That's the only way. Any man that wants to go after a woman because of how much she make or what she can give him did not grow up with a father, ever. A man should never, ever accept money for no woman, and should definitely never, ever ask for no money from no woman. He damn near should rather want to die before he do that. And he should always have.
Okay, this is what's happening when masculinity is being defined by women. Okay, especially Black women. And I'm talking about the whole damn diaspora. And this is why. And this is one thing I disagree with about African culture. So in African culture, which is unlike Asia and Europe in the past, and by Europe, I'm talking about the Romantic period in Europe and things like that. In African culture, the dowry is paid to the family of the bride. And in, let's just say, Indian culture and Roman culture and Chinese culture, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, the dowry is paid from the family of the bride to the son. So he is getting a financial up from the woman. And trust me, I'm not going to go into the history of how this derived, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I am going to say that the reason why modern, particularly Black women, have this buying pussy thing mentality, I'm pretty sure is somehow rooted in that. Because you are paying for the woman. And in that situation, the young man is less capable of providing for the family because he had to pay a sum of money just to begin a family. Now, if you put that against European and Asian culture, he already has a head start. He already has a head start in providing for the family to come. So yeah, that's that. Let me play some more. I got like 3 more minutes.
Have another man he can go to than having to go to your ass, okay? And half of the time, if the men don't let him borrow, it's because they know he's not a man of his word, and they don't want to have things come to blows, okay? So if the men already know how he coming, you don't step in front of that. You let that be.
Guide them into the right direction.
Okay, so I love that. You know, these are the type of conversations that we definitely need to be having. I'm happy to see two brothers be able to sit there and have this dialogue. This shows why I don't go back and forth with Negroes. Okay, you either get it or you don't, because this was a great talk, but I honestly don't feel as though it got anywhere. The brother in the shorts wasn't really receptive. No solution came of this.
Neither brother got.
He never admitted to any part of this, and he want to make himself better. I just want to give my perspective as a woman to kind of give my 2 cents on it. You know, I'm co-signing a lot of what was on here. As a woman, I can admit that, you know, having a woman, putting her in that situation to do all that working and all those domestic duties, it is impossible.
God. It's regular amount of work.
For women to operate that way in a happy, healthy place. It is impossible for women to operate that way and be able to still put as much into herself and her self-care as a woman that's needed. As a woman, your body is built very differently.
So essentially what she's saying is that Black women can't work and look good because every other woman can do it. You know, like I say, those Asian women who work at the store with their husbands. You know, those white women who are in the gym after 5 because they just got off of work. Every other woman seemed to be able to maintain a job and maintain decent looks. And men are capable of doing this too, by the way. And you expect and require that they do this. Hold on, right quick, Lion. I'm gonna play these last 2 minutes.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to unmute. I'm sorry. Go ahead, man. Do what you do.
Yeah.
You need 10 hours of sleep at night. Do you know how many women?
This bitch said 10 hours. You lazy tramp. You just said 10 hours. I need 10 hours of sleep. Holy crap. What are you, Yogi Bear? That is the epitome of lazy. That's almost half the day. 2 more hours, that's half a day. You spent damn near half your life sleep. No wonder you're 6 foot. You grow in your sleep.
Women, you tell her get 10 hours sleep at night, and she's like, I could never do 10 hours sleep at night. Like, they wouldn't even let me. That's a problem. Okay, men, there's a reason why their sperm and their semen regenerates by the millions every day. There's a reason why, because their body is meant to strain and work. Whatever gets messed up, new stuff just comes right in. Our womb don't work that way. Whatever eggs you was born with is what you keep. They don't regenerate. You don't get new ones. And that's why half of these women worried about, oh, I'm getting my degree. I'm going to work 40 hours a week, and I'm going to be a wife, and they have issues getting pregnant. They have issues with their health. They have health issues that cannot be reversed. Baby, your body simply cannot handle that. This is what God is. God is nature. God is the body. Because no matter how much you think in your mind that you're going to cheat the system as a woman and treat your body the same way like a man is, and that you're going to still be healthy and still be here and still look good, you crazy. That does slowly break your body down, and you don't see the pain because the pain is in your womb because it's strained. Okay, your shoulders are not built for the pressure that a man's is. I would love to see more respectful dialogue like this. I think it gets us to have.
She called that respectful. And the nigga spent the plurality of the show questioning his manhood. While saying that he doesn't deserve his wife and she needs to leave him. And she was doing the same. That was respectful. It's respectful when the man don't have a fucking ego.
Great conversations going. We need to have these talks. A lot of us are not educated in the healthy why behind certain elements in relationships. When we speak about tradition, tradition means tried and true generationally.
What tradition makes men marry stripper bitches that got kids? What tradition is that?
Apparently,
what is that
is
like? Is that
many.
like ancient Japanese tradition? Like, is that ancient? Is that an ancient Chinese secret? Is that an Indian tradition? Is that like an ancient Roman tradition? Is that Egyptian? The fuck? Who in the fuck did this? What type of tradition is this? See, they want traditional under their circumstances. Like, they want you to be traditional, but when it comes to no. I tell you what, you want to be traditional, then you turn 15 and I turn 17, and then I ask your father if I am worthy for you to suck my dick, okay? For the first dick you ever sucked and the last one that you'll ever do for the rest of your fucking life. And then we'll talk about 100% tradition. And then your father got to pay me. He got to give me 16 acres. This a bitch. They just make up traditions to suit their benefits. It's traditional. Yeah, when it suits you. You were strong and independent every motherfucking adult year of your life. And you're doing that shit so you could run up the tab. So you could say to a man, oh, I make this much, therefore you have to make this much. No, you've been doing that. That is not traditional. This a bitch. You are on the motherfucking internet talking about traditional. Shut the... I hate you. Nice titties. I fucking hate you.
Tradition means this has gone on for a certain amount of time and consistency to prove a result. So when we come in here,
like having kids out of wedlock, we see the results of that.
You know, on our own decided, oh no, what has been proven to work generationally, no, we are so ignorant. Oh, that may have worked back then and don't work.
That's what you did when you decided to have a child out of wedlock and not pursue a relationship with the biological father of said child. And see, modern woman with a traditional man is Obsidian's wet dream because he's stupid like that. He wants men to offer, you know, the same thing that we offered 50 years ago that got us fucked up before. While these chicks have become savvy, they have adapted to it. Obsidian is that nigga that always play rock. It's tradition. I must play rock. What do I mean by play rock? You ever play rock, paper, scissors with a fucking idiot that don't know how to switch up? Like, this person is always rock, paper, scissors, rock. And no matter how many times they see a paper, they still playing rock. That's fucking Obsidian. He's telling you to keep playing rock. Keep doing the same shit that got your daddy fleeced in court. That got everybody you know on child support. Keep doing that shit.
Work like that no more. In all things, you can have small pivots, but when it comes to the divine foundation of who we are as men, as women, what our tendency is, what our instincts are, that is not something that can be changed. The way that we've been doing things have not worked. Your mom and daddy ain't shit. You ain't shit.
No. Let's be clear. I ain't got no fucking bastards. Let's be clear. The way you've been doing shit hasn't worked. The way you are doing shit has not worked. And the way you are telling others hasn't worked either. Men do not have a problem. Listen, I do not have a problem being a traditional man to a traditional woman. And Silent Lamont was here earlier. And when I say traditional, I'm not talking about she got to be a virgin. But one thing's for sure. She has to marry young and remain married for life. You can't give your youth and beauty to the streets and then expect me to pay full price for what's left over. And that's why you got so many bitches in this space in their 40s finding last minute dick to marry their old ass with kids. They gave their youth and beauty to the streets. And they gave whatever was left over to these niggas. And they bought it. Obsidian bought it. And he's trying to sell it to us. He's trying to sell it to you.
But GameChanger, you know what this saying goes? She belongs to the streets. And thus the streets she must belong. The streets is comfortable. It's dirty, but that's the playground for the chick.
Damn it, Chaos. All right, let me finish this off. I got like 25 seconds.
Your relationship was fucked up. Everybody's stuff was fucked up. So at some point, it's time to say, It's time for a change. It's time to come back, recalibrate, and admit that we need help. We need to do things differently. And sanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. Y'all, please let me know y'all thoughts on it.
Exactly. She don't realize what she's just saying. She don't realize how she just contradicted herself. You're stupid. And sanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again, expecting different results. You're expecting men to be traditional as they did in the past and expect a different result for modern women. You know, kind of like what's his name? PJ Washington getting married again to a single mother this time. Like jumping into marriage, fools rush in.
No, actually, he actually officially got married. Officially, he didn't get married with Brittany skedaddle.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. You know, so but nevertheless, not learning from his mistake, getting fleeced for money in the past, and then getting with another modern woman in another situation that makes you vulnerable, financially vulnerable. These niggas just keep Obsidian. It's like Charlie Brown just keep fucking kicking the football. Simple as fuck. And then he's telling other people, hey, it's nothing better than a good football kick.
Hey, you know, one thing I do want to say. I do want to say,
like the video, and I'll see you.
What's up?
One thing I do want to say, in regards to Britt Renner, cause she getting no child support, everybody thought she's getting 20 grand a month. No, she's getting 2 grand.
Okay, well that's good. I mean, you know, she don't deserve all that.
City it boys up. And thanks to Uncle D, because there's some laws in North Carolina, and because she didn't hold out, which, you know, that's why most dudes, you gotta be a little bit more cautious when some women, you know, if you deal with these little street chicks, that, you know, she's gonna cash out. But unfortunately, she couldn't cash out. That's why she's so scorned, angry, and say, "You want to be in control, bitch." No, a man's always gonna be in control, not you. Never, 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 never.
Good point. Good point. All right, Lion, you've been waiting a while. What's on your mind, brother?
This conversation is, I feel this conversation is incredibly dumb and redundant, simply because 75% of the women who are currently married are working. I'm going to say that again. Only 27% of wives are stay-at-home wives.
Well, how do they get to sleep 10 hours a day?
They don't.
Oh, because they're normal human beings that need
Yes,
aid.
because at the end of the day, even being a stay-at-home wife is a full-time job.
Right.
Even if
when you do it right.
When you do it right. Even when you do get the slim chance to be one. You know, like sleep 11 hours. The fuck you think this is?
Yeah.
So we're just not being realistic, and you are 100% right. And this is my biggest problem with that entire conversation. You want men to operate like it's the 1950s, but the women are not operating like it's the 1950s. That's pretty much where this conversation goes. And at the end of the day, so if a man's not paying 100%, disrespect is warranted. And that's the one question I wish, and you're right, that dude in the shorts aggravate me too, because all he had to do was ask him that question. So you're telling me, if I don't pay 100%, disrespect is warranted?
No, he asked the question though. He did ask that specific question.
I didn't know.
I mean, he said, so if I don't pay 100%, I'm not a man.
Well, yeah, I mean,
he did. He asked him that, and then dude just talked over him. Yeah, dude just talked over him and ignored the question. But you know, because that's
he did ignore. He did ignore. He did ignore. Yeah, if he did, I think he should. I don't think he repeated himself enough. But I don't think he.
No, but he didn't drive it though. He didn't drive it.
He should have drove it. Yeah, he should have drove it. I would have drove it. You should have drove it. So let me get this right. You're telling me, if I don't pay 100%, disrespect is warranted. Is that what you're telling me? Yes or no? That's how he should have drove it. So and that being said, so let me get this right. So you mean to tell me all these men who are married out here paying 100% are getting 100% respect from their wives? All these sexless marriages we got going on out here. If the marriage is sexless, clearly there's no respect. Respect is automatically out the window. if you're in a sexless marriage.
Right.
Can't be. Ain't no way.
Exactly.
So I think we're selling fan. We're selling fan. This sick, stupid fantasy of paying 100% and everything's going to be okay is absolute bullshit. And you are damn sure not going to fool me with that bullshit because I'm a man who's been married. Paying.
See,
100%.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. I mean, I don't. It's not even to me. It's not even a matter of paying 100%. It's not. You know. Every man's situation is how he determines it best for what he's planning to do or what he is doing.
I agree.
You know, and I do not step into that. You know, all I do is I protect guys from potential bad doings, you know, the best I can, and that is like these particular hustles exist.
Yeah, but there's another part that's not being discussed about that. So say this man's paying 100%, right? And he gets married, and say he continues paying 100% until divorce comes. You know that he just officially set himself up for alimony, right?
Yeah.
And that's another aspect we're not talking about.
True.
So you're paying 100% for a woman's lifestyle who's not even under your roof.
True.
And that's another aspect that didn't get mentioned. And that was the thing. And I was in the chat while he was doing that live today. And I was saying that in the chat. I was like, so
oh, really?
Yes, I was in the chat, like pushing back. I'm like, here's the thing about that shit. Here's another thing that's not getting mentioned. You're setting yourself up for alimony when you're doing that.
I'm gonna ask this. And I want Chaos. I want you to feel free to chime in if you like. I want to ask this straightforward.
Mm-hmm.
What is the difference between a man who is paying 100% and a community eunuch?
There really is no difference, to be honest with you.
Okay. What about you, Lion?
Outside of box, nothing.
Outside of box, nothing. Exactly. And that's what I wanted to point out. That's what I want to highlight. And this is why Obsidian is pushing this 100%. Because really, in Obsidian's mind, and this is what happens when you haven't had sex in your 20s and 30s. Anything for the box.
Yeah, fuck
it that. Don't matter what the cost is. I am a community eunuch with a box. The only difference is the community eunuch doesn't get box. That's why it's called eunuch. That's why it's a reference to his lack of genitalia or his lack of ability to use it. Like, I don't mind being this thing. It's not that it's undignified. It's dignified if I get a box. And it doesn't have to be a sexy box. It doesn't have to be a fertile box. It doesn't have to be a younger box. It doesn't have to be a slim box. It just has to be a box. As long as I'm getting a box, any indignity that's suffered in that process is okay. And that is some bull if I ever heard of it.
Yeah, because that's the one thing. I mean, I hate this. I hate this conversation. It's a stupid conversation because majority of people are working. Because that entire conversation, he was like, "Oh, because she's working." I'm like, even when he got married and he does make more money, she's still going to be working. She's still going to be working, even if she is work from home. Okay, that's an idea. She gets to work from home. She's still working. You're still clocking in. You still got to clock in and clock out. No one's in the fucking position to be paying 100%. That is not the fucking way the economy is set up. But this John Henry, I can't say, and this is part of the problem. This John Henry and do it anyway, nigga. That's what it is. And the problem is, people say this, and we think that we're telling them not to work harder, not to go earn. Yes, go earn for your fucking self.
Well, I mean, I don't mind a dude paying 100%.
No, I'm not against a dude paying 100%. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying,
and I don't even mind him paying 100% for in-house box.
Yeah.
I really don't.
Yes.
However, However, I would warn such a person that the box is not guaranteed just because you pay 100%. And that's what dude was warning Obsidian with the super chat.
Yeah.
You know, I would give that warning and that disclaimer. And also, because we live in a society where she could have the money without the box, you have to be that much more cautious about her intentions. You know, because she's not going to be she's so money focused that she can't be a proper mother. You know, she'll keep the kids alive for 18 years, but she's not going to be a proper mother because she don't feel that women need to sacrifice. She only feels that men need to sacrifice.
So where was this? You talking about you want to come down on men being traditional? I'm like, well, if you were traditional, your ass would have been putting foot to ass and locking up a husband when you were in college. Why didn't you?
Wait a minute. Traditionally, they didn't wait till college.
No, I'm just saying, like, why weren't you looking for a husband when you were in college?
Exactly. So they stray from tradition. They stray far from tradition and require that the men be traditional. And Obsidian is backing it. Lambs to the slaughter.
You want men to take because
they do.
You want men. No, what I'm saying is you want men to take responsibility without authority.
Well, hold on. Let me address this right quick. The Mexicans don't pay 100%. Yes, they do. I met a family that now I'm not saying all, you know, and I know that they work fields from time to time and crap like that. But the ones that do, and you don't have to be a six-figure dude to do this. But also, here's what the Mexican women do. And I'm talking about a particular family that used to live in my neighborhood. The guy was a roofer. So, and I say that to say he wasn't, balling out of control. Every time I went to his house from time to time because we was neighbors. It was immaculate. It was immaculate. You know, all of the kids, 4 of them, were well behaved. All 4. She never had designer anything. Oh, by the way, they met in Mexico, and they were both like straight out of elementary school when they met each other. You know, so he has a 6th grade education. You know, but he provided, and she did everything else. You know, they put the oldest one through college, and I'm pretty sure some of the other ones I since moved, but some of the other ones are heading in that direction. 4 kids taken care of, don't have to be rich and all that. Yeah, and he just decided. Oh, and another thing is when they first started out, they were working, but he decided that she shouldn't work because they had kids now and they had to get a bigger place and they had she couldn't work anymore. It was in the best interest of the family for them to not work. So, but my point is that that's their arrangement and it worked very well for the 2 of them. And I'm not going to interfere with that. It was 100% zero, and I mean zero. She didn't pay for anything. He paid for her and the kids, and he wasn't a rich man. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this up, or bringing up that family, even though it's like a direct correlation, and I'm not just doing this to thumb at Superfly. The reason why I'm bringing that up is because if it's part of a greater plan that benefits family, then I am 100% okay with it. But that's not what 6 is talking about. 6 is talking about, not working. She not working, and she has 1 kid. And she's not like truly even raising that kid. Like that kid turns 5 and it's in school. Like that kid is in school and there's only like 2 hours between, when the kid comes home from school and the father comes home, but it's 1 kid. So she's doing a lot less. What she's doing is, what 6 is suggesting is, and a lot of women are doing this, is reducing liability. They're basically like trying to get as much provisions for as little work as possible. Well, I'm going to right quick, Chaos. If I'm going to get paid for motherhood, I'm going to get paid for motherhood for as few kids as possible. and doing as little effort towards those kids as possible. If the kids has a desire for an activity or a hobby that I don't like, I will not participate in it. If I don't like basketball and the kid is on the basketball team, I will not go.
Okay.
Like it's unless I'm doing it to socialize with the other mothers. So it's that type of parenting. It's basically 18-year babysitting because it's that job. So for that, you deserve nothing. You just want it so you could sleep 10 hours a day. And guess what? What kind of bitch with kids talk about I need 10 hours of sleep? Like, don't babies like wake up all hours of the night and shit?
Yeah, that's overboard.
Least amount of sleep when
that's overboard. Usually a good parameter of sleeps, you get 6, and if you get 8, we good. But usually it's around 6.
No,
average woman
this is a
6,
lazy
7
chick.
to 9.
Yeah, this is a lazy.
Yeah,
chick.
that's too low. That's like almost a full 20. It's 24 hours a day, so that's like
almost half.
No, that's 40%. Yeah. So yeah, this is a lazy chick. But the fact that she says she needs 10 hours of sleep a day, you want to know what that means? That means when the baby is listen to me good, fellas. Listen to me good, and hit that like button if you haven't already, because there's some gems. When that baby is screaming in the middle of the night because it's wet, because it's hungry, because it's shit diapered or whatever, she just rolls over and go to sleep. She puts the pillow over her ears and get back to sleep because she needs to get her.
Or she wishes she could.
No, she can. She can. If you are a psychotic, selfish bitch, you have the ability to ignore a screaming baby.
God damn.
I see what you're saying, but I think they want the ability, which is just as fucked anyway. I think they want the ability to just ignore them, which is just as fucked up though.
No. If you can ignore the pain and suffering of, first of all, the man that you claim to love, because you like, yeah, work hard and die, nigga. But if you could say that, then
for me and only me.
Huh?
Yeah, for me and only me. And your ego, I don't want you to feed your ego yourself. I want your ego to be tied to me.
Exactly. Like if you could say that, then yeah, there's no limit to how depraved you can be to your baby.
Yeah.
And yes, see, y'all gotta understand. There are women out there are mothers out there, and I know because I dated them.
Oh, they don't like their kids? Yeah, I've seen it.
No. Let's not start there. That leave their babies at home so they could come and suck my dick.
God damn, bro.
GC, I agree 100%. I have been there.
Oh shit.
So you've been there too.
I agree 100%. Yes, you
and
are
then you
not
say,
lying.
Yeah, you say, hey, where's your son? Who's watching your son? This is his grandma house. Like, no, he's at home, but he sleep though. Like, what the fuck?
Oh shit.
Nah, they be like, nah, they old enough. They old enough. They be all right. They old enough.
No, when I say babies, I'm talking babies.
He means multiple babies. By multiple baby fathers. That's what GameChanger refers to.
Oh yeah. I mean, no, he's not lying. He's not lying. Yeah, it's 100%.
That's it. Sweet.
Shit's crazy. Shit's crazy, but it happens.
Shit.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah. So let's. I mean, just because a woman is a parent, that doesn't mean that she's a good parent. Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't mean she's a responsible one.
Which is why each and every single relationship is different. Like, I mean, is Al Bundy like a honorable and noble person because he had Peggy Bundy? She didn't do shit. But they want to make every housewife to be like, oh, I'm Joan Cleaver. And, you're so honorable and you're so noble. And no, you're Peggy Bundy. You're just watching Al Bundy die while you eat bonbons.
All day, every day.
You're not doing anything special. Shut the hell up.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not doing anything.
Man got 4 touchdowns in one row and doing that thing. So goddamn.
But meanwhile, y'all talking all this shit about the family was old. They was all old and fucked up. I'm like, but you still want the same damn benefits because they were staying home too.
Exactly.
You still want the same benefits though. So you still want something.
Exactly. Exactly.
You still want the same punk ass benefits though. You want the men to still operate with the same software, even though they were. But they got no problem in the apartment where he was working, but he was fucking the other chicks. I'm like, well, that's what comes with it.
Mm-hmm.
So let me get this right. You want to pay 100% and only fuck you?
Yeah. No. Let's go deeper. You pay her so you go out there work and she's out there sucking another man. Oh.
Yeah, or worse,
And
he's out there working his ass off, being faithful, but you gonna suck another man off because he's never home.
Well,
like that don't happen.
What's your name, brother? What's your name?
Oh, it's line 917.
Line 117. Did you check my last broadcast? I talked about this thing about this polyandry nonsense. Did I tell you about this? Did you catch my broadcast on it?
Oh no, I didn't catch it, sir.
You need to. Let's move forward. I covered this. I came to a realization that when they talk about gynocracies, matriarchy, no, it's much deeper than this. This is a solely polyandrous society. That's why it is illegal for you to have more than one wife, but you never seem to talk about a woman have more than one mate.
That's illegal too.
What they want. That's what they want.
That's what they said.
But they want to be paid. But the problem is, but another thing is, but here's another thing about the monogamous part. Women want to be paid to be monogamous. That's another thing about monogamy that I'm noticing about this entire conversation.
Well, I think that they just want to. I mean, I don't know, because you're not paying for monogamy. You're not paying for exclusive access to the box.
No,
you're just paying for access to the box, not the exclusive part.
Yeah, not exclusive.
And not every box is good box, man. You know, so they're not even virgins.
That's why cheating exists. So while you're paying for the box, there's somebody else getting the box for free.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because I used to watch Cheaters, right?
Mm-hmm.
And first of all, Texas, I feel bad for y'all. I feel bad for Texans because the Cheaters situation, which I'm assuming is primarily in Texas. They're based in Texas, so I'm assuming that they don't fly out much to cover episodes, and it's a big state. I'm like, dang, that's just sad. So, but it was this one, and she was bad too. She was kind of cute. And I forget which one was the person that called Cheaters and which one was the person that, she was cheating with. So basically she had a young dude and she had an older dude. And then, at the end, when, either the young dude came with Joey Greco or the older dude came with Joey Greco, she was explaining to the younger dude that, no, he buys me everything. He buys me everything, he's paying for my rent. He's paying for this, and this. So I'm thinking like, she thinks that justifies it.
Wow.
Okay, here's the thing. I get it. I did not have them. Okay, so as a young dude, both in what are you doing, Chaos?
Oh, sorry, let me mute.
All right, thank you. As a young dude, in college, and shortly thereafter, I had a roommate. So which means that I was likely not in a stage in my life, even though there was a point where I did have an apartment to myself, a 1-bedroom apartment to myself, but it was economically in my best interest to have a roommate, so we did that, just like the TV show Friends. And then actually, no, I was going to say I couldn't even afford it, but I guess I could have then, but it still would have been an extraordinary economic impact. Our rent was $900 a month, meaning that his half was $450 and my half was $450. And at the end of the year, I saved, what is it, like $5,000 because I had a roommate. So multiply that by however many years, and that's how much you save doing that, which comes in handy, especially when stuff hit the fan. So my point is that you adjust to the situation. She could have lived with the dude and, and if need be, pay half of the rent or pay a portion of the rent, so they could get through. But nope, she's out sucking, she's sucking older men dick and getting caught on cheaters doing it, seeing there's nothing wrong. Because, and once again, because they are 3 degrees or less of separation from hoes, their base morality is compared to them. See, where other women would say, oh, it's wrong to take money for sexual favors in any way, shape, or form. They're saying I'm better than a chick that's walking the street just selling it, pay for play. They don't see the moral depravity of it because that's the world that they live in.
But meanwhile, you've been spending like 10, 15 years of your life giving it up for free. And then now you want to talk about getting married and expecting the man to pay more in another shape or form. You're not that much different from them.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not all that. You're really like you're not all that different from them, sweetheart. Not from our perspective. You're really not. If you were really serious about marriage, you would have been putting foot to ass to get married while you was in college.
Exactly. I mean, they greatly degraded the quality of wives that they offer to their husband.
Mm-hmm.
It has greatly diminished.
We just start asking 100%. So let me get this right. So what exactly does a man get for paying 100%?
Well, I mean, if we got the same thing that yeah, exactly. But so did grandpa and great grandpa. He got that for 100%. No,
but I want to hear them say it. So here's the thing. I'm saying it for 2 reasons. One, because I do know the answer, but I think it's important we let other men hear it and let them make a decision.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I think it's important to ask that question.
Well, I mean, once a man comes with that answer, once Obsidian comes with that answer, because he's the one on this shit. As a blanket rule, he's on the 100% shit. Once he's come to that conclusion that yes, this is something in exchange for access to her pussy, I am willing to pay all of her fiscal expenses. Once he says that out loud, then the question comes, how much is it worth to you? And is that all she has?
No, she's still a single mother. She's over 30 and never been married.
Exactly.
Apparently, it's not much.
Exactly.
Apparently.
So
especially if she is good looking, that's actually even worse. So you're a good looking chick, over 30, nobody wants to marry you, huh?
Yeah.
So honestly, there are men or quote unquote better men than me, and they're not taking the leap. So why should I?
Well, because they already fucked her.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, but that's fine. But
I mean, if I got post nut clarity and I haven't nutted yet, then yeah, they got it and they are not dealing with this foolishness.
Exactly. But that's the thing. They don't take that into account. Like, you don't think, like, we know y'all not virgins.
Yeah.
No one's expecting you to be a virgin. That's fine. We ain't asking for that. But don't think we're stupid either.
Agreed. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's do some final thoughts. This is way longer than I normally do a video, but I haven't done one in a while, so guess it's okay. So final thoughts. Let's start with Lion.
Yeah, like I said, this 50-50 conversation is stupid, seeing as 75% of the women who are currently married are working. Mm-hmm. All of them work and they still fulfill their duties. Point blank, period. So if they're working, they're clearly not, I don't think they're paying 100%, but maybe the guy's not paying 100%, but he's paying all the majority of the bills, but she's still working. Even if the guy is paying 100% of the bills, but you're still working. Why is that? Part of that is because you're planning your escape, just in case. in the back of your mind. You hope it doesn't come to that, but you are doing that. And that's another thing that we also have to be real about. We're not being rational about it. We have the part of the point of this whole mindset when it comes to these talking points is we look at the good and the bad and the ugly, and then we make an informed decision, a pragmatic position. And honestly, the whole talk about this paying 100%, we know good and damn well sounds good, but it's not ideal. You would hope for it to be ideal, but it rarely ends well.
I mean, to me, there's a point. So my grandparents, who had 6 kids, grandma didn't work until the youngest one was 9, youngest of 6, my uncle. And that's because she wanted to.
Like most women today. Yeah.
Well, I mean, because like when you actually are used to working and not sleeping 10 hours a day, working and taking care of kids, when you're actually used to stuff like that, you want to do it. And you also want to contribute to the household because it's your house too. And that's the thing. It's your house. That's what you don't get. It's your house too. It's your family too. Like you're doing this for the two of you, not you, but you just see it as selling box.
Because because at the end of the day, they're not wives and they don't want husbands. They want paymasters.
Exactly. They want paymasters, so they can be a pay slave, Actually, they want pay piggies.
Yeah, they want to pay piggy. And I'm like, no, it's the opposite. It's no. Because at the end of the day, y'all talk all this shit, but at the end of the day, y'all are not all, and at the end of the day, y'all not offering anything anyway. Because once we get down to it, even if you say all that shit, just ask one question. Okay, so what do I get for paying 100%? What do I get for it?
Box.
And that's it. Because they got no problem. My problem with this entire conversation, and I swear to God, I've asked this question to a woman in person. They have no problem listing what a man's supposed to do. But you ask them one question, okay, well, what are you offering in exchange for all that? It's vague and ambiguous.
Well, I mean, and some of them like 6, some of them
part of the game. I mean, that's part of manipulation, but I'm just saying, understanding manipulation.
Some of them who are like 6, who try to play the game and like, oh no, you get the submission and you get the big piece of chicken, and when you get home, the kids will no, you're lying.
So you're
lying. There's no chicken. There's no chicken for a dude that's working 16 hours. No, just sleep.
No, what she's saying is, no, she's not lying. You know what? She's not lying. Here's why she's not lying. So what you're telling me is your femininity has to be bought. That's what you're telling me.
You're not going to get the big chicken with this bitch.
I know, but I'm saying, but you're telling me your femininity has to be bought. And from what I get from that is, so if your femininity has to be bought,
she's going to order takeout with your money.
Exactly. But here's the thing.
And let you eat the chicken.
Oh, shit. Game crazy, man. If your money that she get, what you work and pay for, give her, she's going to take, while you take out 8,000, bitch.
Yeah, but like at the end of the day, if her
she's
femininity
paying
has
you
to
with
be bought,
your own
she's
money.
not feminine.
Exactly.
If her
and that's what dude was saying. That's what Mr.
Feminine.
G was saying in his comment to Obsidian.
Yeah, and I agree with it.
Yeah, but Obsidian said that's the stupidest. That he's slow as fuck.
Yeah, then he mentioned that whole women are more sexually satisfied with a guy who's
oh God
better than him. I'm like,
he always comment with that. I only talk to fellow swordsmen and retard shit.
Yeah, but we don't talk about those same. But we don't talk about those same men who paid 100% and got cheated on. We don't talk about that though.
Oh, can I add on GameChanger? It's interesting y'all mentioned that. I remember Media Man mentioned about the dudes that's telling their stories, how much women they used to screw that were married, and they think that just a man getting cheated. No, that percentage that Obsidian wrote in his own book. Yes, women are cheating, and we could say now in the last decade or so, they probably cheat more than men, since they said men not getting much sex out here. So who's effing them? You're cheating more than these dudes. They can get it.
Chaos, you broke up.
So you can't win. You're going to lose anyway. So it is what it is, man.
The men who are not paying anything and still getting it for free. Meanwhile, the other man's paying for everything.
Hey,
Yeah.
ain't the game wicked?
But that's the problem. They don't want you to mention. The problem with this conversation is a lot of men and definitely a lot of women want you to ignore that. Meanwhile, they forget that we are all grown men and we've either seen it or done it. Or both.
Yeah, exactly. All right, I'm gonna get this young Issy person up, and then I'll close down. Chaos, you back?
I'm here. You say you have someone in the backstage?
No, I'm saying I give him the chat. I give him the link to the thing he's asking to come up. So but no, while he comes up, what's on your mind? You were breaking up earlier.
No, I was saying before that it's fine if men could pay for everything. I mean, usually you want to be as productive as possible as a man as you get older, hopefully, you know. Other than that, you know, paying for everything and then you expecting maybe mediocre stuff at the end, and then ask that you have to be this and that. I mean, that's too much asking for a man on this modern day we're in today, you know. I might rather be upfront honest, you know, just to cut out the bullshit. But you know, every dude moves differently when they deal with the opposite sex, unfortunately. So, you know, with Six of Goddess, and let's keep it real, these are hoteppers, GameChanger. And obviously they like to hear when a man is in that same realm.
You're half right.
No, of the pro-black African stuff, you know what I'm saying? They like to hear.
No, you're half right. They're not hoteppers, they hoes. There's no tepping.
Yeah, well, you know, they're listen, they're tapping onto the next dick, and then, you know, it's you know. Yeah.
See, it's fake pro-blackness. I mean, the pro-blackness part comes in is because they don't want to compete with white women when selling their box. They want you to limit they want you to limit yourself to 13% of the female population. I'm not limiting myself to 13% of shit. If I ever go to a grocery store and they say you can only buy 13% of what we selling, fuck that. You know, try living off 13% of what you make. Like, no, that is ridiculous.
Yeah, there's a word for that. It's called alimony.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, so they want you to limit your mating options to 13%. And guess what? I could put it like this. If that 13% was banging and ready and willing, then that's different. If they look like Six the Goddess but act like Danica or some crap like that, then that's a whole different thing.
Minus the kid. No
yeah,
kid.
Exactly. Minus the kid. Yeah, exactly. You know, and they offer that, you know, like youth and fertility. Sure. That's a whole different thing.
Sure. You know? But no, we got a bunch of over 200. Like the average woman today weighs 176 pounds. The average black woman weighs 186 pounds. Let that sink in.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not gonna sink into a 186 pound bitch.
That's the dress size 12 and up, roughly.
But I'm supposed to be 100%. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, so they don't want that competition. That's where the hotepism come in. That's where the whole, you know, Mother Earth, Queen Goddess stuff come in. This is really to create solidarity to eliminate competition for these chicks. But I mean, you know, so they can sell you the box at an inflated rate. It's like walking into a car dealership and you know, telling them that I'm only going to shop at this dealership.
I'm going to need you to go ahead and date out and take that to Brad and see if he bites. I bet you he won't.
Well, no. Yeah, listen, exactly. It adjusts, or they don't get the non-black mate. Some have gone over the fence, and they will do what's the name, Mr. Charlie asked for, and some won't do what's necessary, and Mr. Charlie will just bang your back out and say back on your way to the streets. Remember
the thing about that, Brad's not falling for that either.
I mean, Brad does need to, because he gets anyone he wants. Because think about it, Brad gets first dibs of the box, and most sisters gave it up for free to Brad. What more you want to ask for?
Agreed. All right, fellas. Yeah, Izzy, I'm about to shut down, bro. But
yeah, because he's taking too long. Yeah, he should have came up. Yeah,
Yeah. But yeah, I appreciate you. But yeah, I want to thank the Cash Apps and Super Chats, managers, moderators, and members. Very important to thank the members. I greatly appreciate y'all's support. Y'all really hold me down, and you know, make sure that I keep going and make the show worth it. Greatly appreciate it. Like to thank everybody. Make sure you hit that like button on your way out. If you're new here, hit that subscribe button. This is GameChanger 00100. Game over. Peace.